The Canadian Forest Service at Natural Resources Canada, Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Forest Ontario, and the Invasive Species Centre would like to acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, a member of the Chippewa Tri-Council and Three Fires Confederacy, and that it continues to be home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. We acknowledge that this land is covered by the Williams Treaties and Upper Canada Treaties signed by governments on behalf of Anishinaabe and Canadian peoples, and it was once part of the Coldwater Narrows Reserve. As a part of the Ontario Forest Health Review, we respectfully acknowledge the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as the first stewards of the land and waters in Ontario. And I will now welcome Taylor Scarr up to officially start our day.
Watch for that. Thanks for putting the mic at my height. Wow. Good morning, everyone. We're back. This is great to see everybody here today. The first time in several years now to have the meeting in person. And we managed to hold together for a few years doing online and hybrid, or just online. And we made a decision this year that we would try to do this in person, not as a hybrid, because of the interaction that we get so much with all the individuals that come to this meeting to meet and greet and to share information and knowledge. And it's always been a highlight meeting for forestry in Ontario, particularly Southern Ontario, because it's the place where a lot of people go and make their connections and see the people that they share a common interest in managing the forest. And of course, tribute to our organizers, Forest Ontario, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Natural Resources Canada, and the Invasive Species Centre for all the work they did to pull this together and to get all of you here. And thanks for you for coming. I was just talking to Dan Rollinson prior to coming up here and realized that I've been coming to this meeting since 1984, which makes me one of the old guys now. I started coming as an undergraduate student, and it's always been a highlight for the year to figure out what's going on in the forest and what everybody else is doing about it. I've seen the progression from, words like exotic species to invasive alien species to invasive species. I've seen these evolutions. I remember when I was asked when I was provincial entomologist, why do you still spray for spruce budworm? Because you haven't got rid of it. I thought, well, that's not why we do forest health. We don't do it necessarily to get rid of like a native species. We do it as part of an ecological balanced management approach. So I've seen that evolution in time and the development of new pesticides and insecticides and herbicides and fungicides, and the arrival of some of these new species like emerald ash borer, pine shoot beetle, Cyrex wood wasp, Asian longhorn beetle, beech bark disease, and hemlock woolly adelgid, and now oak wilt, which you'll hear about later today. Seeing the evolution of urban forestry as a major component, and realizing through the leadership of the urban forestry people and Forest Ontario that it's all one forest out there, whether it's municipal, rural, urban, or the contiguous forests. It's all one forest. So we have some good speakers here today. We have our standard presentation from MNRF who keeps their finger on the pulse of the health of the forest, on what's happening, what the insects, diseases, and major forest disturbances are. We have MECP, a Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, that takes the long-term view of the health of the forest. We have invasive species on what the latest threats are, and we have the management aspects of fire and spruce budworm management and a healthy forest through seed management. So the agenda is a really good one because it covers the whole gamut from policy to practice to research, and to have all those things covered in one day is always a challenge. And of course, we designed it to start at 10 and to end at 3, so you can get here in the day and have interactions and do things in person and enjoy each other's company and share the information. So I wish you to enjoy the rest of the day, talk to each other, share the information, ask questions of the speakers, and particularly for the panel discussion at the end of the day, when we'll all bring it all together. Thank you, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Taylor. So first up this morning, we will have Dan Rollinson, who is the Forest Health Field Coordinator at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Dan is the provincial lead for the Ontario Forest Health Monitoring Program and has built a career and his lifestyle around his passion for the natural environment. This has led to many different roles in the field of forest health, from his early years in aerial control programs to his current task of designing and implementing the provincial forest health monitoring program. Mhm.
Okay, thank you, Victoria, for that that introduction, and also thank you to Taylor for reminding me how long we've been coming to the Forest Health Review. As Taylor mentioned, you know, I was thinking back as I prepared for this meeting. It's one of our first face-to-face sessions that we've been able to have the last since we all know what happened the last few years, but it's really good to get back in front of folks and get away from that screen and talk a little bit about forest health. As Taylor mentioned, 1984, since 1984, he's been coming to the pest review. And I remember back in 1983, when I decided to move into the field of forest health, I reminded my dad in that spring that I was going to be going to the field that summer, and it wasn't going to be the hayfield. And he was a little set back, but I said, I'm going to help some doctors at Black Sturgeon Lake, and we're going to study bugs. So the rest is history as we see it. One of the important components of getting together and talking about something like forest health and the many presentations that we're going to have today is the importance of a story. Stories are important. When we talk about creating data, that data feeds into a story. So whether we're filling out a data sheet, we're capturing our story in the field on a data sheet, or we're putting together a polished report, it's the story that's important, and the way you present that information or you discuss that information. You know, we're taught from a very young age the importance of stories. You know, my little granddaughter, she can go from a bloody knee from the gravel driveway to, come on, let's read a story. And the importance of a story and that communication component is what I'm going to share with you today. And it's the story of forest health and what went on in 2023 on the landscape. Did I use the
It was working when we tested it, of course.
Some stories are a little science fiction, by the way, so.
Yeah, you can just click on there as well.
There we go. So I want to start off my discussion this morning with.
This is working
It's
now.
working now. So when did you press, Victoria?
So that will advance, and that's the pointer.
Gotcha. Is the composition of our forest health monitoring program. So we have the Invasive Species Center that provides our insect diagnostic support. So when we collect samples in the field, makes our data credible, creates our database. David Dukevich with the Invasive Species Center, who'll be presenting this afternoon, is our insect diagnostic support, and he's with the Invasive Species Center. Dr. Sharon Reed, Nomadic Gigandu, Violet Butterworth, who are sitting at the table right there. They provide our disease diagnostics for our program from the disease perspective. We have Dan Licks, who's situated in Thunder Bay, who looks after all our GIS work, analyzes our data, and helps me make these beautiful maps that we're going to be looking at from the disturbance perspective. We have Brian Grantham, our manager, Dave Etheridge, Darren Elder, and Jason Langus. Those are our coordinators, so they're regional coordinators. And we have the program staff, of course, that enable me to provide this information to you. When we have a table of the folks from the region sitting right there, we have Bonnie Nadeau from North Bay. Ariel Eilick is our new forest supports the forest health program as our forest health ecologist. We have Nick Ferris and Julia Andewell that support the collecting of the survey data in the southern region. So it's good to have those folks in the room. And if we have any questions as we go out throughout the day, we can have those folks help with some of the answers or responses. So the forest health monitoring program in the province, through the evolutionary process, you may have recalled some of the early days that Taylor mentioned. It was the FIDS program, the Forest Insect and Disease Survey Unit, that was organized and implemented by the federal government. We now move towards a more regional delivery model. It's solely run by the province with support and collaboration from other government agencies. It's a provincial level monitoring program with a regional delivery model. So we're broken down into work areas, provincial work areas in the northwest part of the province. We have Abby Ray, Stephanie, and Vance looking after the northwest part of the province. Leah, Hayden, and Bonnie, and Mike Francis, who has just recently retired. Some of you folks may remember the name Mike Francis. He's been with the Forest Health Monitoring Program almost since its inception. So Mike has retired. We have Ariel that looks after the North Bay area, who's now our new Forest Health ecologist. Paulette Hebert, Julia, who's with us today, works after the Peterborough area. Nick Ferris in the Midhurst Aurora, who's with us today as well. And Rebecca Litzter's in the Deep South. So although it's a provincial level monitoring program, our network is delivered at a regional level. The first insect that I'm going to talk about today is the one that I started out in, a spruce budworm. This was the one that I told my dad that I was going to go and help the doctors figure out in 1983 up at Black Sturgeon Lake. I always say that I'm just one outbreak away from retiring, so I'm just following the bug as we go along the landscape. So spruce budworm still has a significant a presence on the landscape of Ontario. You look back at our data set, into the which reaches back into the early FIDS years, or the Forest Insect and Disease Survey years, into the 50s. We know we had peaks and valleys of the outbreak, and we're right now moving into 2023, where we're seeing that expansion of spruce budworm, not only in the northeast part of the province, but also in the some of the southern areas, as you'll see through my pheromone trapping information that I'll share shortly. One point I want to bring as we look at these graphs from the forest health disturbance perspective, in the early 1980s and in the 70s, we had almost 20 million hectares of defoliation at a landscape level. That's pretty significant. But you also need to be conscious of the technology that's moved along with us. This was a mapping process. The data was captured. We used to call them Crayola technicians when we started out. We'd sit in the airplane, we'd fly grid lines, and we'd map with a pencil what we saw out the aircraft. Our technology now is advanced to the stage where we can use a more specific digital mapping tablet, which refines that area. So the 20 million hectares in the 80s may have been a little overestimate of the overall defoliation based on the technology of the day. So that's important to realize when we're looking at these graphs. I just some of my slides, for sake of time, I've just gone back 1 year. We know in 2022, the spruce budworm defoliation is basically concentrated in the northeast part of the province. That's where the bulk of our defoliation is right now. In 2022, we had a little over 2 million hectares of defoliation. So that's a relatively significant area. As I go through, I'll talk a little bit about the control initiatives that we've been working on in the northeast part of the province as well, to try and keep these trees green through the outbreak cycle. As Taylor mentioned, we don't spray trees to get rid of insects. Insect outbreaks are very important on the landscape, particularly our native pests that we have out there. And we want to ensure that we're not interrupting that natural cycle too much when we're trying to keep those trees green. 2023, we had a little bit of a reduction in the overall spruce budworm defoliation, just over 1.9 million hectares of defoliation, again concentrated in the northeastern part of Ontario. This is a really interesting one here. If you recall, there hasn't been spruce budworm here for years. As you remember looking at that graph that I showed you, when I started my career in 1983 on the spruce budworm defoliation was at Black Sturgeon Lake, and we were right here. That's where we started, and that's where the outbreak was just getting its foothold. And now we're seeing it start to come back again. So that's an important concept when you're looking at how that defoliation sort of transitions across the landscape. We had minimal defoliation by spruce budworm in 2022 in the Northwest region. And now we've got a significant area just on the north end of Lake Superior, east of Lake Nipigon. I like this picture because it shows me actually doing something. Our spray program, or our aerial control program that we have, is concentrated in the Northeast region right now. That's where the most significant damage is. We're entering into year 4 of a 4-year control program. We started this 3 years ago. We've been spraying since, as I mentioned, 3 years ago. our role from a forest health perspective is to provide that timing and assessment of the insecticide application. So BTK is the insecticide of choice for spruce budworm, needs to be applied under certain parameters, both weather, host development, larval development, to make sure that that little droplet of BTK is going to be ingested by that tiny larva feeding on the foliage. So those are important components, and from the forest health monitoring perspective, that's our role in the aerial control program. This past season, we sprayed 154,000 hectares, double application of BTK, so there was just over 300,000 hectares of insecticide applied to white spruce selected stands in the northeast region of Ontario. The assessment component is we lay out a grid of plots within sprayed and unsprayed areas. We go in and we sample pre-spray. So before the spray occurs, we go in and sample the trees. We pick every larva off those tree branches and we count them. And that gives us a pre-spray population. And then once the spray is completed, the defoliation has been completed for that season, usually around mid-July, we go back into those same plots. We sample those trees again, and we pick every larva off of those branches. I see the crew at the table, they're starting to grin. So they remember that job that we did this past summer, picking those, it can be quite exhausting. Picking those larvae off, and that gives us a population level reduction based on pre and post spraying. So it's a very high level description of the work we do from the assessment component, but also the timing component is another factor that we do. We go into stands, selected stands, usually every day, every second day during that, once the budworm has emerged and starts feeding, we evaluate the host development. So we want those buds to be flared so that when the BTK is sprayed on them, it will adhere to the needles and be ingested by the larva. And we also want to be applying that BTK when those larvae are actively feeding out there. So we do host and larval development. Just a couple simple graphs. I just want to show you what our desired outcome is. Our desired outcome is to have our spray plots less than our control plots. So when I say less, it's defoliation. So what we're doing is by reducing that population of budworm on the landscape, we're seeing a reduction in the overall defoliation. So again, we're not trying to eradicate the pest from the landscape. We're trying to keep that defoliation level at 40% or less, so that those trees are not as stressed during the natural cycle of the budworm outbreak. So we've been successful over the last number of seasons of reaching that threshold. Moving into 2023, we're hoping to continue that. Pheromone trapping. Pheromone trapping is another tool that we use from the perspective of monitoring spruce budworm and jack pine budworm as well. This gives you an idea. These are bucket type pheromone traps that are deployed in select stands. They're baited with pheromone, and we capture the adult male moths, and that gives us an indication of building or lessening populations on the landscape. This northwest region, you'll see one of our highest counts were there, so 1,283 moths per trap. That's a significant amount of moth captures in one bucket type pheromone trap. But if you look across the province, we're starting to see an increase in all areas of spruce budworm as well. All that data that I talked about, those numbers, it's better depicted in a map. So traps this is where our network of pheromone traps. So at all these locations, there's pheromone traps that are deployed, and all these red dots give you an idea of where we had greater than 100 male moths per trap. So across the province of Ontario, the spruce budworm has a fairly significant footprint out there on the landscape right now. And it may not result in defoliation, but we're starting to see that increase in moths across the landscape. L2 sampling. This is another role of the Forest Health Monitoring Program. So we're actively doing this right now. The L2 sample is second instar larva sample. What we do is we go into those pre-selected stands again. We collect upper mid-crown branches. We bring them back to our lab, and we wash them through a series of sieves. After soaking them in sodium hydroxide, burns that little woolen sweater off the budworm that he has for his winter coat, winter site location. And what that does, it gives us an indication where the defoliation is going to be in the upcoming year. So as we plan for 2024, the results from our L2 samples that we currently are collecting in the field and processing in the lab will be used to tell us where we should be spraying. Forest tent caterpillar. This is another pest that you can almost set your your calendar by, every 10 years, somewhere in the province of Ontario, you're going to have an outbreak of forest tank caterpillar. Looking back at, again, to the 50s, where we started collecting data on the forest tank caterpillar outbreaks. You know, you can see these peaks and valleys. Almost every 10 years, somewhere in Ontario, there's going to be an outbreak of forest tank caterpillar. In 2022, we saw that outbreak start to manifest itself in Northeast region again, and also down in the Sudbury area, in the northern part of the Sudbury district. About 260,000 hectares of overall defoliation in the province in 2022. That area almost doubled in 2023. We're now looking at just over 400,000 hectares of defoliation by forest tank caterpillar. Seeing an expansion in the Sudbury area onto Manitoulin Island. The smaller pockets in the Northeast region are starting to coalesce and join up, and we're seeing a significant expansion in the outbreak. The good news to that story is that we're starting to also see the parasites build up, and we're starting to notice the friendly fly on the landscape who will take advantage and will be the ultimate issue to cause the collapse of this outbreak. So I'm thinking we should see a decline moving into the 24 season, but as I was instructed many years ago in my career, you don't try to predict outbreaks. You want to forecast them, but if you make a prediction, you will be wrong. Jack pine budworm, another significant defoliator on the landscape of Ontario. Again, data going back to the 50s, very significant outbreaks in the mid 1980s. Jack pine budworm it can really cause severe decline rapidly in your jack pine stands. 2022, we're on the tail end of an outbreak in Ontario right now. In 2022, we saw about 130,000 hectares of defoliation in the northwest part of the province. There was a root of a number of years of spray programs in the northwest to control populations. Moving into 2023, we saw further decline in that area of we're sitting at about 45,000 hectares. If you recall, folks that may have heard me rattle on last year on the online presentation of the forest health conditions, we had an outbreak that was bubbling around on the east side of Lake Nipigon here, an area that had never been detected before or reported before. That area was absolutely non-existent this season. There was no defoliation. We did do L2 surveys in that area. It collapsed totally, leading us to believe that it is simply a spillover of the western defoliation that's made its way around Lake Nipigon. It's collapsed. This is another interesting one down here. It's in the Wawa district in Northeast region. We've never had reported jack pine budworm defoliation in this area, but we're seeing it this year. We did collect L2 samples. We're really hoping that this is a one-shot deal, and this we'll see a collapse in this jack pine budworm defoliation moving into 2024. We still have to process those samples in the lab. Pheromone traps are also the indicators of what we do with or that we use for monitoring populations. We are seeing a further decline in the pheromone trap captures as we can look at this map. With the exception of this area down here around Parry Sound, we've got a relatively high population of male moths that were captured. And also over in Algonquin Park, we have a significant population of jack pine budworm male moths that were captured. No defoliation has been detected or reported in those areas as of yet. But these are all traditional hotspots once the jack pine budworm moves out of the northwest. Historically, the trends show us that we will start to see it show up down in Bonnechere Park, Alice Township, if you're familiar with that area down in the Algonquin region. Those are traditional areas for jack pine budworm. So we'll be watching that in the coming years. Anyone remember this one? I'm so happy to talk about this one now. We've had a very, very significant last number of years with spongy moth in Ontario. I mean, anybody who's left their driveway and not even have to leave their driveway and their ornamental trees in their yard, if you were in the southern part of the province, you had a spongy moth chewing on your trees. And it's been very, I would say, unprecedented defoliation across the landscape the last number of seasons. I like to talk about the spongy moth because it's one of those good news stories when it comes to invasive species. We know that populations of spongy moth were detected in Ontario in the early 1980s. There was an initial eradication opportunity that was tried. It was unsuccessful at the time. and it moved into becoming more naturalized on the landscape. So we do see populations of spongy moth, which have a somewhat cyclic nature. You know, we see every 3 to 5 years, somewhere we're going to see an outbreak of spongy moth. We have the virus and the fungus that works in conjunction with that outbreak and brings that population down. So if there's any good news part of my story when it comes to talking about invasive species, this is one. And we know in the years of 2020, the ridiculous amount of defoliation that was detected on the landscape. 2022, we still saw some defoliation down the southwestern part of the province, about 22,000 hectares was still bubbling away down there. I'm happy to report that in 2023, we only had 2,500 hectares of the overall defoliation. When you look at that, you know, just a few short years ago, when we were reaching 2 million hectares of defoliation for spongy moth, how fast that virus and fungus can actually cause a reduction in those overall populations. So 23, we only had about 2,500 hectares, and I'm really hoping into 24 we will be hard pressed to find defoliation, but I'm sure there will still be some bubbling away somewhere. Cedar leaf miner, it's another one, a pest that comes in peaks and valleys on the landscape. 2023, we had about 13,000 hectares over in the Pembroke area of damage to the white cedar in that area. Willow leaf blotch miner. I started incorporating these. These seem to be relatively insignificant, but when you go to the National Forest Pest Forum and you listen to the folks from Alaska and from the Yukon talk about these outbreaks of something like the willow leaf blotch miner that can really cause a significant damage on the landscape. And, you know, willow being a species from a wildlife perspective that is so valuable, about 5,200 hectares this past season was reported in the Northeast region, again affecting willow species along the corridors of Highway 11 and then moving north of Kapuskasing. So it's a significant pest on the landscape. When you reach that threshold of about 5,000 hectares, you want to be reporting on things like that. Satin moth is another one. It's an invasive species. We've had a couple years of small outbreaks of satin moth occurring in northwest part of the province. Seem to be just on that north side of Lake Superior. It also is impacting our neighbors to the south on the Minnesota side. This past season, we were able to detect it during our aerial surveys, and that's one of the first years we were able to detect satin moth outbreak during our aerial surveys on the Sibley Peninsula, which is northwestern Ontario. There's anyone's familiar with this area, it's Sleeping Giant Provincial Park, also in and around the city of Thunder Bay, and just southwest of the town of Thunder Bay. So it's about 5,000 hectares of an invasive species on the landscape in the northwest part of the province. So fairly significant from the perspective of a monitoring program. Large case bear, another invasive, at about 1,200 hectares. This is one that's it's very early in the season. It comes out almost coincides with the leaf flush of your larch, and you'll start to see those brown trees very early in the season. Primary tree stressor that can cause it and predispose them to other pests like the wood boring beetles that can actually cause your decline and your mortality on the landscape when it comes to looking at why are my larch dying. These are probably some of the early stressors that do impact the larch. Brown spotted needle blight. This is one that I don't like to refer to it as a people problem, but it's something that, you know, it's normally in Scots pine. We do see it occurring on the landscape when we have those conditions for it to flourish. People see these trees because they turn just an ungodly color of brown, and they look like they're dead and very visible from the air. So this past season, we had about 722 hectares, all made up in small pockets across the southwest, up into the Midhurst area on the western side of Lake Simcoe. We have had higher outbreaks of brown spotted needle blight in the province in previous years. This year, we're seeing at about 722 hectares. No presentation would be complete without talking about emerald ash borer. One of the things we planned to do in our program this season was continue to monitor the mortality. One thing that we've saw in the last number of seasons with the significant spongy moth outbreak is that the ash defoliation or gray dead ash trees that were on the landscape were not as visible because of the overall defoliation we've been experiencing through spongy moth. We had issues this summer with the folks that listen to the news, know all the demands we had on our air service with the fires in northwestern Ontario. We didn't have the aircraft at our disposal as we normally would. So we'll be planning an Emerald Ash Borer mortality survey moving into 2024 as part of our monitoring program. We weren't able to report on it this year, with the exception of one small pocket on St. Joe's Island of about 192 hectares. White spotted sawyer beetle, just a small pocket in northeast region. I like to talk about white spotted sawyer beetle. It's one of our, again, a pest that we commonly get questions about. You know, I've got Asian longhorn beetle. I saw it at my camp. It was sitting on my deck. White spotted sawyer beetle is one of those insects that play a key role in the diversity of the landscape. Their role is basically to get that tree back to dirt. You know, they move in when there's a large scale disturbance, whether it's a fire, whether it's a severe drought, whether it's an insect outbreak. They attack the conifer trees, and we do see significant outbreaks depending on the level of disturbance that we've had. I would expect to see this expand moving into 2024 as we've had significant fire across northeast region. We'll see those sawyer beetles move in and start to establish small populations to attack those dead and dying trees that are on the landscape. Blowdown, it's another event, an abiotic event that we commonly see across the landscape from year to year. We've had small pockets this season at about 4,300 hectares in our traditional areas in the Quetico Park area out in northwestern Ontario. We had some areas down in here that were also there was blowdown. Now this blowdown was not new blowdown. It could have been blowdown that was just not picked up during the DeRoche storm last year that we had significant across. So keep in mind this may have been a combination of that. During our aerial surveys, when we're mapping, we put the last year's layer on our tablets. So we know that when we're mapping, it's new disturbance that we're mapping. So this could have been an area of blowdown that was missed during our surveys in 2022. Leaf scorch. This was one that was detected in the northwest part of the province. We had about just over 500 hectares of damage. It was a significant dry year in the northwest part of the province, and we started to see some leaf scorch showing up in certain areas, particularly around the Fort Francis Kenora, which traditionally has a more temperate climate. You think, well, you're way up in northern Ontario, but it's influenced by our prairie temperatures, and we see a significant similarities there when it comes to heat and dry conditions. Heat dome, I think, is what they refer to it as, being very warm. Snow damage, something we haven't seen yet this year, but believe me, it's on its way. We've had a beautiful fall in Ontario. If you like hot weather, I mean, I'm not a big fan of it. And when it comes to fall, I like to see my fall temperatures. But snow damage can cause significant destruction across the landscape. We had some areas just totaling about 300 hectares. We have mapped in the province, mainly in the northwest part of the province, thousands of hectares of storm damage, and historically throughout our surveys, it's very significant, can cause very significant damage on plantation-sized trees, flattening them out. If you get the combination of that ice damage and the trees don't get a chance to shed that rain in December and the temperatures drop significantly, you can get that the snow falls, it can flatten those trees out. Again, creating a perfect environment for that white spotted sawyer beetle to move in and attack some of those stressed trees. As I mentioned, ice damage is another one. We had some ice damage east of Timmins, mainly on roadside trees. It wasn't a significant forest disturbance, but we did have an ice event that swept through there mid-December last year, totaling about 200 hectares. So that's my story for 2023. Thanks for letting me share that information with you. If you were interested in finding any more of the forest health information data, you can go there by visiting ontario.ca. Our last year's report is available there, and our next year's report, 2023, will be loaded shortly. We're in the process of putting that together and compiling our information. So I don't know if I have a chance for questions, Alicia, or... She used the word to pull you off the stage, so I just keep being conscious of that as I go through my
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Are there any questions on anything I presented or the Forest Health Program in general? Right there.
Is there any monitoring being done post sponging off in some of the coniferous zones in terms of environmental impacts?
At this point, there's no planned monitoring for sponging moth, but I know some of the areas like the damage to white pine is probably what you're referring to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Like
that-
pine and hemlock and
Yep.
spruce. Yep.
there's no monitoring. There is monitoring if we should run into mortality, but from the perspective of was it sponging moth that caused that outbreak, there's no planned surveys for that at this point.
You see mortality from birch leaf miner at all? Did you track that, or-
Birch leaf miner is one that comes on late in the season. It's something that is, subsequent to leaf drop. The leaves are going to come off when the birch leaf miner does attack the tree. So it's not a significant cause of mortality. Now it is a stressor to the tree as well. So that predisposes the trees to other things like root rots, things like that could cause that mortality. Yes, but historically in the past we have mapped and provided summaries of birch leaf miner in the province as well.
Similar question, but for PAP, is there monitoring in areas that are at post wave that have lost the action?
Good question, because we're not really sure where the post wave is. We know that emerald ash borer now can pretty much be found throughout the range of ash, with the exception of like the northeast, the northern part of the northeast region. But anywhere within that quarantine zone, which runs just north of Sault Ste. Marie to the Quebec border, you're able to find emerald ash borer at any locations you have. So as I mentioned, the plan will be to provide first of all, we need to get it on a map. Where's the mortality that we're seeing there? And then we can look at some of the areas where there may be, some science questions that still need to be answered about, why is this area not infected? One of the programs that we have been involved with from a monitoring program perspective is the collection of black ash seed to feed into the National Tree Seed Archive. We've conducted a couple of collections this past season to try and collect black ash seed in the northern areas where emerald ash borer has not been detected yet. So we're trying to get ahead of it on that when it comes to collecting the seed, just to feed the bank. But there's been nothing from a perspective of quantifying the mortality on the landscape right now. But driving down in the summertime between Sault Ste. Marie and to the south, it's pretty pronounced on the landscape. You're hard pressed to find ash stands that are not impacted.
No,
Question yet? One more? She's gonna throw me out the door. Yeah, go ahead.
With 2023, we had a lot of smoke from wildfires.
mhm.
Did you find that might be influencing aerial surveys of insect?
One thing the smoke did cause issues with was this past season was the spray program. It was issues with actually getting the spray down on some of the stands, but from an aerial survey perspective, it worked perfect. We didn't have smoke problems this year like we had in the past. Other years, smoke really hampered our aerial surveys, but it just seemed to clear up, and although there was still a little bit of smoke, but we were able to complete our surveys this season.
Thank you, Dan. There is a discussion period later
Ah,
on
okay.
if we want to save our questions. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So up next, we have Nicole Milachek. She's the plant health survey biologist with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And as the plant health survey biologist for Ontario, Nicole develops and oversees surveys to detect or delimit populations of invasive species. She enjoys the many opportunities to collaborate with a wide variety of people to research and promote plant health issues such as oak wilt, hemlock woolly adelgid, and spotted lanternfly.
Thank you, Victoria. And like I said, great job pronouncing the last name. I'm Nicole Milachek, and I work for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. I do have my email written at the end because I would never expect anyone to take a guess at how to spell my last name. It's quite a doozy. Today I'll be giving the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's Forest Pest Survey update, which just reviews the regulated plant pests that we survey for in Ontario. We do cover a few species that Dan covered this morning, but we survey for them outside of their regulated areas to delimit the populations and determine if the pest has spread. Hopefully that won't slow me down too much. So I'll give an overview of all the surveys that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency leads, but today I'll be focusing specifically on the forestry surveys. So in 2023, we surveyed using our invasive alien species forestry trapping program, as well as surveys for Asian longhorn beetle, oak wilt, hemlock woolly adelgid, spongy moth, the flighted spongy moth complex, and emerald ash borer. I'm also going to touch on two notable threats that we have been surveying for formally, as well as by just following along with community science information. So the Canadian Food, oh, we missed one. There we go. So the Canadian Food Inspection Agency typically surveys for about 20 different pests every year, and we span 4 different program lines. Those are forestry, horticulture, invasive alien species program, which covers species like spotted lanternfly that can sort of fit into a few categories, and then grains and oil seeds and potatoes. Overall, we typically are able to complete all this with about 22 full-time equivalents per province, but it does equate out to a lot of work each year, especially if we have outbreak situations like we did for oak wilt or we detect new species. So I'm going to get started by discussing the invasive alien species forestry trapping program. This program is designed to target forests within about 5 kilometers of major risk areas for the importation of forest invasives. So those can be import centers or ports, as well as industrial areas and storage and disposal sites. These areas typically take in a lot of wood packaging material that may or may not be compliant with international regulations. So they may be a huge risk for importing invasive species like Asian longhorn beetle. We use semiochemical-based trapping to detect non-Indigenous longhorn beetle and wood-boring insects associated with this pathway. And we have 2 different lure sets, one designed to detect invasives that prefer deciduous forests and one designed to detect invasives that prefer coniferous forests. In the past, we've used a 12-unit Lindgren funnel trap to detect this, but we've been trialing a 12-unit green Lindgren funnel set higher up in the canopy to try to increase detection of other invasives. So far, we've been able to successfully implement that at half of all of our sites to just increase what we are collecting. So you can see, hopefully that's where, this is the canopy trap that we've been trialing lately, and we've been seeing a lot of great results with this, although it can increase the bycatch, so other species that we're not necessarily trying to detect. In 2023, we had a lot of traps set in southern Ontario. You can see we really focus on the major centers where there is a lot of import. And on a rotational basis, we do cover off some of our more northern major centers. So this past year, we had traps set at Sault Ste. Marie. Previous year, we had them set in Thunder Bay. We cover off Sudbury on a rotational basis as well. This year, we have not finished going through all of our samples. However, so far, we have not detected any new invasives. If you remember last year, we have similar maps like this. We did not have the results at that point either, but I can say in 2022, we also did not detect any new forest invasives with this survey. So for 2024, we intend to continue this approach, focusing on the high-risk areas in southern Ontario. And next year, we are switching our Northern Ontario site to Thunder Bay. We also complete Asian longhorn beetle surveys. This is a very thorough survey that's delivered at a grid basis overlaid on our high-risk cities. There's an example of what that grid looks like here. Each grid point is about 750 meters apart to increase the efficacy of detecting a population. This was developed after the infestation that was discovered in the Toronto area, and it's designed to have the highest efficacy of detecting a similar size of population. So we typically begin this survey in the fall once the leaves have dropped, because the signs and symptoms that we're looking for Asian longhorn beetle are the exit holes and the oviposition pits that are easier to see when the leaves aren't on the tree. The Asian longhorn beetle, for those of you who do not know, it was detected in Canada, I believe 2013, but since that time we have eradicated it. This is an invasive quarantine pest native to Asia. It has no natural controls in North America, and it's known to attack and kill healthy hardwood trees. The main host for this is the maple tree, but they've also been observed on poplar, willow, elm, and I'm blanking there on the fourth one. But we mostly focus our survey on the maple trees. Now, this has been fortunate because one of the other pests that I'm going to briefly talk about at the end of this presentation also can use maple as a host, and it's very active in the news, and that is spotted lanternfly. So we've coupled our Asian longhorn beetle surveys with visual surveys for the signs of spotted lanternfly. The timing that it aligns with would be when the eggs are laid. So we have our surveyors go out and survey for signs and symptoms of Asian longhorn beetle, as well as signs of spotted lanternfly. Typically, we are able to complete about 800 sites in Ontario alone every year. Right now, I have up the map for the 2022-2023 season. So what we completed last January, and you can see we focused on a lot of smaller cities within southwestern Ontario, as well as the Toronto area. And we completed our major cities up in the northern region. So Thunder Bay, Sault Ste. Marie, and a few sites within North Bay. This coming year, we've just started our training for Asian longhorn beetle, and we do anticipate surveys to begin within the next few weeks. We are focusing on the Kitchener-Waterloo region, London, Kingston, Ottawa, and then again, several areas in the GTA, as we know that's a huge risk for reintroduction. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard about oak wilt. At this point, this was detected for the first time in Canada this past year. I'm going to get into the detection in a minute, but I just wanted to review the signs and symptoms because having reports come in from the public has been very, very helpful in our follow-up for oak wilt. So oak wilt is a vascular disease caused by the fungus Brachyella fegecerum. This was identified, like I said, for the first time in Canada this past year. This fungus develops between the bark and sapwood of primarily red oaks, although white oaks can also be a host, and it creates pressure pads, which exert an outward pressure on the bark, leading to bark cracks. So that's an example of a bark crack, and that's an example of the pressure pad. Now that only happens when a tree has completely died from oak wilt. Otherwise, the signs that you would see are the discolored foliage and early leaf drop. Some trees can die once infected by oak wilt as quickly as about 4 weeks. So the rapid change is really significant. Now, Dan mentioned a lot of other things that have been happening to trees this year. So there have been a lot of lookalikes for oak wilt, but we still take in every single pest report that comes our way. We have a team of subject matter experts reviewing the images and information that's been sent in, and we do send inspectors to all high-risk sites or the sites that we're just not certain about. We want to cover off all our bases and respond to everything that comes in from the public. So this past year, within the few months that we had detected it until now, we've responded to, that's actually about a week old, so about 500 reports from the public at this point. So typically, prior to having the detections in Canada, we focus our visual surveys at areas that might be at risk of introduction of oak wilt from the US populations. So those are areas around US infestations, campgrounds where people might be transporting firewood, or mills or other facilities that might process oak logs, as well as border crossings with firewood disposal bins. Within Ontario, during our annual surveys, typically we have about 60 sites, and we were able to complete those 60 sites this past year. You can see they're on the map here, but we also had in these red triangles the 3 detections. The first one came in Niagara Falls, and that was in June, I believe. This was a report from the public, and these were 3 trees in the backyard of a homeowner, and the trees had already completely died. And we could see the pressure pad beneath a piece of bark that she pulled off. We had a really great response within 10 days of getting this result of positive for oak wilt. We were able to remove the trees safely, and we'd started all of our follow-up efforts. Since that report, we did also receive one in the township of Springwater, and that was positive for oak wilt, and then another in Niagara Falls. We completed delimitation surveys at over 500 properties around these positive locations, and all the survey locations that we had within Ontario. All of our results have been processed, and those 3 locations are still the only ones with positive detections of oak wilt. Moving forward, we are removing the trees that we had positive detections of oak wilt for, and we're going to continue surveillance efforts in the future as CFIA is taking an active management approach, and we are aiming for eradication of this. Moving on to hemlock woolly adelgid, this is another visual survey that we complete at high-risk sites for introduction from US infestations as well as Canadian infestations. We had about 100 sites this past year. For those of you who don't know, hemlock woolly adelgid is an aphid-like insect that attacks and kills hemlock trees by feeding on nutrient and water storage cells at the base of needles. The most distinct sign of hemlock woolly adelgid are the white woolly egg sacs that can be seen at the base of the needles. You can see an image here of it, and then I've got a really good one on the next screen as well. Some other signs might be premature bud and shoot dieback, as well as needle loss, and then there's trees taking on like a grayish green cast. While the egg masses are really distinct in this image here, that is from a very heavily infested area. So you're not likely to see that in newer infestations. In fact, you might only see 1 or 2 egg masses. So visual detection is difficult, and we've employed various methods, some of which have been researched and we used this past year by Canadian Forest Services and Victoria herself, which can include ball sampling. We do pole pruning, and we've also recently helped support a community science initiative. So through this community science initiative, we had a new detection of hemlock woolly adelgid. This was the first positive detection that we had in Ontario using eDNA traps that were designed by Grand Valley State University. This project was coordinated by the Invasive Species Centre in partnership with Natural Resources Canada and Canadian Food Inspection Agency. And we had about 50 participants province-wide that set up these slide traps beneath hemlock trees. And on these slide traps, there were 4 microscope slides with petroleum jelly on them. The idea is for the slide traps to capture the eDNA of hemlock woolly adelgid that might come off the trees by natural events like wind or rain. Before processing them for eDNA, our lovely partners at Natural Resource Canada, as well as Invasive Species Centre, they did review the slides for signs of the crawlers, and they detected them at one of the sites in Southern Ontario. And then after the eDNA analysis and visual confirmation on site, we confirmed this new population. And then just this, I think 2 weeks ago now it was, we received another report from our partners at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry about suspect hemlock woolly adelgid at a site that they were monitoring for a project. And CFIA went on site and confirmed the presence of hemlock woolly adelgid there. That population is just north of another population that we had identified last year and very close to the 3 other regulated areas in Ontario. At this point, we're completing more surveys in Ontario to verify how far out these new populations are, and we're not expecting any regulatory changes. However, these populations are controlled by prohibitions of movement, and we're working with the property owners to verify that they understand how to restrict the movement of hemlock woolly adelgid. So over the past few years, we have had new detections of hemlock woolly adelgid. So I want to highlight that while we do have many other major priorities, hemlock woolly adelgid is not falling off of our priority list, nor is it falling off the priority list of other government departments, academia, industry, or other NGOs. There are a lot of initiatives to enhance a collaborative response to this pest, including enhancing hemlock inventories and doing phenology research. We work with partners, whether it's members of the public or through monitoring networks, to enhance our surveillance, as CFIA can't be everywhere at once. We do really encourage the members of the public and industry to send in reports of suspects. We also prepare and distribute education and outreach tools, and as much as possible, try to come to events like this to put the message out there and increase awareness. CFIA in particular is a science-based regulator, so we focus on ensuring that we know where the populations are and educate on the regulatory controls that we put in place to reduce the risk of spread. And as well, there are research going on to enhance hemlock preservation, whether that's through biocontrol, silviculture control, or chemical control. We have partnerships with the United States and our colleagues out east. Nova Scotia is doing great work on hemlock woolly adelgid control. And so we're always trying to learn and collaborate to increase our knowledge and enhance management of hemlock woolly adelgid in Ontario. Moving on, we also completed trapping for spongy moth and flighted spongy moth complex outside of the areas where it's known to occur. So on this map, you can see much of southern Ontario, central to southern Ontario, is regulated for spongy moth. Within the regulated areas, you can see we did set up traps. Those are all at major ports, and those are for flighted spongy moth detection. We do not have our results in for flighted spongy moth detection at this point. And so this map might be a little misleading, as the red triangles symbolize positive detections. However, those traps are positive for spongy moth, and we're waiting on the molecular analysis for flighted spongy moth complex. We have received a few results, and so far no flighted spongy moth complex has been detected in Canada this year. We did have positive detections of spongy moth outside of the regulated area, north of North Bay here, and then around Thunder Bay and over far west. These detections will have visual surveys on site to try to identify if there are other life stages of spongy moth present, and that will help inform if there is an established population and if we need to make any regulatory changes. As we all know, there were major population booms over the past few years, and with a lot of the movement of nursery stock and forestry products up north, there may have been introductions through that way. And so we want to ensure that we're continuously monitoring these areas to determine if these are just one-offs after those previous introductions, or if there's an established population. Thunder Bay itself did have some nursery products that were moved up with spongy moth on it. And so we're increasing the number of traps within this area to help identify where the specific pockets are and work on either managing or moving to regulation in this area. I do want to note that in BC last year, there were positive detections of the flighted spongy moth complex, and there were positive detections the previous year as well. In 2021, I believe it was, flighted spongy moth complex was detected in Langley, BC. They sprayed BTK, and for the past 2 years, they have not had any flighted spongy moth complex detections there. Last year, flighted spongy moth complex was detected at Kelowna and Delta, British Columbia. They did the same thing and treated, and this year they have not had any positive detections of flighted spongy moth complex. Moving on to emerald ash borer, just with spongy moth, we trap for this outside of the regulated areas. In Ontario, we did have a positive detection outside of the regulated area of the city of Thunder Bay. This was 2 kilometers outside of the regulated area. We had the same detection in the same exact tree last year as well, and a visual survey was completed on site, surveying every ash tree in the area for other signs and symptoms, and none were identified at that point. This coming year, we intend to increase the number of traps at this area to determine if these were just 2 one-offs that flew out of the regulated area, or if there are trees that do exhibit signs and symptoms that we are just missing. I do want to note that there was also a positive detection in Quebec, just on the east side of our Ontario border, as well as the far eastern portion of Quebec. Last year, they detected a population in the Gaspésie region of Quebec. So they've increased surveillance over there to determine the size and spread of the population, and they'll be doing the same for this newer detection that's to the northwest of it. It was a crazy summer this past year, and they also detected a single emerald ash borer in Vancouver that seemed to have fallen from the sky. They completed very intense trapping and visual surveys in the city of Vancouver, and we have not detected any additional emerald ash borer. I really wanted to highlight that because you can see we've got our red dot over there and a lot of sites within here. And even though it seemed to be a wild phenomenon of emerald ash borer falling from the sky, we are not going to just move on, and we're going to continue to do follow-up within this area to verify that there isn't an established population here. So those were all the forestry surveys that we completed. I wanted to briefly touch on 2 additional ones, and I hope I'm not going too far past my time, because spotted lanternfly is a very important pest to note. While it is primarily a horticulture and agriculture pest focusing on species like grapes and hops, peaches, cherries, plums as their host, they can also use hardwood trees as their host, and in general, they're a major nuisance pest, and CFIA, as well as many partners, municipalities, federal, provincial, have all been preparing for this for a long time. It was first discovered in Pennsylvania in 2014, and since then, its populations have spread far out. This is the map of CFIA's survey results from this past year, and I hope that you can see these purple sections down here. Those are all the areas within the United States where there are populations of spotted lanternfly. I almost said spongy moth. What's most notable is how close the populations are in the Niagara region of Ontario, and then we have another one over by Windsor. We are completing both trapping and visual surveys, as well as piggybacking our Asian longhorn beetle grid-based survey with spotted lanternfly. This past year in Ontario, we had 20 sites at high-risk areas that were either at risk of introduction of spotted lanternfly from industry or from the level of tourism. We also had several interceptions of spotted lanternfly. Somewhere at the border of Fort Erie, we had one in Oakville. There were some in other provinces as well. Many of them have ended up in the news. And what's really key, and I know I've mentioned it 2 or 3 times already this presentation, is reports that come in from the public, as spotted lanternfly can come in on so many different pathways, and CFIA can't regulate or check all of them. So this is where we really rely on our partners to reach out to us if they have any suspects. And finally, I want to touch on elm zigzag sawfly, as this is a pest that has been spreading since it was found in St. Martin, Quebec in 2020. CFIA is not regulating this pest, but it has been observed causing damage in the United States. So we're tracking its movement and level of damage within Ontario through reports from the public, as well as social media and community science platforms like iNaturalist. This in particular is a map that I pulled from iNaturalist the other day, and you can see that it has spread as far east as Quebec City and as far west as the Kitchener-Waterloo region of Ontario. At this point, it hasn't been observed causing enough damage on the elm trees within Ontario that CFIA is considering regulation. But like I mentioned, we're continuing to track this in case we need to make any changes in the future. So while you're out and about, we do have a really fun moniker for it, but essentially, if you are ever concerned about a regulated plant pest, or there's something going on with your plants that you can't quite identify, please report it to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The key information that we need are the location, a picture of the damage if it's a disease that might be causing it, If it is an insect, please trap it, especially if it's spotted lanternfly. We like to kill those insects when we see them, just so that they don't go out and be lost to the environment, and then submit it to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. There are a few different paths to do so, but essentially I just tell people Google CFIA report a pest, and the first link that comes up will be the one to send it in. So I know I spoke a lot, and I wanted to just highlight a few key take-home messages. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency, we have a robust survey program to detect regulated plant pests, and we continue this on an annual basis. We do our best with the resources we have, and when possible, we really like to collaborate with partners on this. Oak wilt was detected for the first time in 3 areas of Ontario: Springwater, Niagara Falls, and Niagara-on-the-Lake. CFIA is taking an active management approach for this. And please be aware of threats like spotted lanternfly, but all regulated plant pests as well. And please get involved and send any suspects or concerns that you had to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We do our best to review every single report in a timely manner so that we can get inspectors out to help handle it. And that's all. Thanks. I think I have time for questions. Yeah. We have any? Yes.
What host was EAD on in Vancouver?
It wasn't on a host. It fell and hit someone in the head.
Oh, wow.
Very shocking. Like I said, a strange phenomenon, and there aren't many ash trees within the city of Vancouver as well. So finding trapping locations was difficult, which is why we relied a lot on visual surveys for that as well. Oh, yes.
On the intelligent front, the hemlocker is somewhat important to bird population, as I understand. And in terms of silvicultural control, what do you mean by that term?
So there's some research going on in the United States on potential resistance to hemlock woolly adelgid. There was a stand found in New Jersey, and they can't quite figure out why. When the hemlock woolly adelgid was identified in Niagara Gorge and in Toronto, we were able to eradicate that by cutting down the trees. There have been research on how light might affect trees and the level of infestation that hemlock woolly adelgid might take on a tree. So if the tree is healthier, if that increases the level of infestation of hemlock woolly adelgid. Now, that being said, silviculture controls are not the best method, and silviculture control, biocontrol, chemical control, any of those singularly won't work to control the populations of hemlock woolly adelgid. So gathering all the research to implement a robust management plan using all those methods is ideal. Silviculture control in particular is not something that I focus on, and it's something that partners are looking at. Yes, go ahead.
Biocontrol is being researched down east, I understand. Where does CFIA fit in the matrix with respect to biocontrol, shall we say, pushing towards that?
So for the movement of the biocontrol agents, CFIA has to be involved to ensure that those insects are being moved in a controlled manner. When it comes to that kind of thing, CFIA doesn't necessarily push for it as we're a science-based regulator, but we can support by building connections, identifying populations of hemlock woolly adelgid out west, where these biocontrol agents might be collected from, and supporting our partners in other methods to help get those agents out east. Yes.
Mentioned a couple times that CFIA is taking an active role in the management of oak wilt, so that offers supports to landowners for things like removals and any follow-up treatments.
So in the case of the 3 trees that were removed in Niagara Falls, CFIA did pay for the removal of them. Initially, the city of Niagara Falls were the ones who put out the contract for tender, and CFIA reimbursed. Because these are 3 isolated populations and based on the site characterization that was completed afterwards, we felt that we could take an active management approach and provide support. At this point, support is provided for the removal of the trees, and we're not considering any financial support for replacement of trees. Now, that is based on all of our surveillance work at this time and our current contracts with municipalities. If more populations of oak wilt are identified and we are unable to take as robust of an active management approach, that might change. Okay, that's it. We do have one more question, it looks like.
It's a real quickie.
Okay.
I mentioned Oak Wilt, Niagara, and Springwater Township. Springwater Township is down the road from here,
It
correct?
is, yes,
Which is 150K from Niagara.
yes. Are you asking how it got up there?
Yeah.
I've been asking myself that question for, it's October, so 4 months. There are many ways that oak wilt can spread. Naturally, it spreads through root grafting and the insects that may carry the spores from an infected fungal mat to a wound of an oak tree. Humans can increase the rate of spread by moving infected material, but CFIA, in this case, we did not speculate as much on how it moved there and focused more on following up, checking every property nearby, and taking samples to verify the size of the infestation and determine how best to respond to it. But I'm stumped by it too. Like I said, crazy year, EIB falling from the sky, oak wilts so far from the United States. It's been something. Okay, thank you.
Parks. Michelle Williamson is a forest ecologist who works at the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. She is the scientist for the Ontario Forest Biomonitoring Network that has been monitoring tree stress in sugar maple dominant forests across Ontario since 1986.
So, hello. What I want to talk to you today is give you some background on the Ontario Forest Biomonitoring Network and discuss some patterns of tree stress symptoms across the province and over the years, and present some time series analysis to show how tree vulnerabilities to stress influence their future mortality decline, and explore the effects of weather stresses and air deposition of nitrate and sulfate on tree stress symptoms. I've actually looked at some more causes, but I don't have time today. And I want to acknowledge the weather data I used was Canadian Forest Services model data that's based on Environment Canada's, or on Climate Change Canada's weather data. And the annual nitrate and sulfate deposition came from Environment Canada's model deposition using data from their Canadian Air and Precipitation Monitoring Network. So we've known about decline for quite a long time in Europe since the mid-19th century, in North America since the early 20th, and probably much further back than that. And in the 1970s and 80s, there was a lot of reports that pollution and acid rain were causing widespread forest decline in North America and Europe. So air pollution and acid rain became an international concern, and many countries signed on to the Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution Convention in 1979, Canada being one of them. And it's made a huge difference because they made commitments to address air pollution and acid rain. So in 1985 and 86, the Ministry of Environment established 110 plots in sugar maple dominant forests across Ontario to assess stress, and one plot was added in 2010. And there was a review done on reports of sugar maple stress since 1947 in Ontario and since 1913 outside of Ontario. And there was a survey done of the 650 maple syrup producers by the Ontario Maple Syrup Producer Association, and this helped identify which stress symptoms were critical for forest decline. And heavier weight was put on the crown dieback, which indicates persistent stress, whereas the foliage symptoms show short-term stress. So here's our decline, or DI, strong chlorosis, which are pale green or yellow leaves on the live crown, and undersized leaves in the live crown. And the plot average for the decline index values were also categorized into classes from very low to high. And DI is equal to 0 means no decline, and 100 means maximum decline. So there's 3 vegetation classifications in Ontario that focus on using the geology, the soil types, the climate parameters, that what influences what vegetation grows where. There's Rose 1972 forest regions, and there's 2 ecological land classifications, one done by the Ministry of Natural Resources and another by the federal government National Ecological Framework. I tested them all, and it turns out that the federal government's National Ecological Framework fits our decline patterns the best. So that's what these regions are that you see. So it turns out that, as you think, because there's less nutrients and more severe temperatures, that decline is lowest in the non-shield regions than the shield regions. And within the non-shield regions, the St. Lawrence lowlands has the least amount of decline, followed by the Manitoulin and Lake Simcoe and the St. Mary lowlands. Within the shield regions, the Lake Temiskaming lowlands has the least decline, and Algonquin Lake Nipissing is second, and Thunder Bay Quetico has noticeably more decline. It's at the edge of the range. And so how does it vary across the years? Well, it does differ significantly, and it turns out that there was more decline in the 1980s. We had a bad gypsy moth infestation then, and then lower in the 1990s, and it became higher starting in 25 and 2011, and it's been high since then. But one thing, statistical analysis showed that, oops, can you not hear me? Sorry, showed that the amount of decline in one year influenced the amount of decline in the next year. And that's what's called autocorrelation, and it's not good for the robustness of your statistical result. I feel like I've got feedback.
No, you're okay.
Am I? Okay. Anyway, so I did what is called detrending, which is a technique to remove the effective year. And what you do is you take the decline in 1 year and you subtract the decline you found for the same tree in the previous year. And this is the result here in the graph on the right. And I found that the consecutive year changed across the years, and with a slight increase. But what was interesting is that there was no regional differences. So how much it changes from year to year does not vary across any of the regional classifications or any spatial scale that I looked at. So to further explore autocorrelation, and I should say, decline affecting for an individual tree in 1 year to the next. I bet you a lot of people know that because you see it in the real world, right? But there aren't that many papers or studies that have done that, because we're fortunate that we've been tracking the same individuals that are marked, so we can do that over the years. And so I was trying to test whether the stress effects in 1 year affected the chances of it dying in the next year. And is a tree more likely to die if it had more stress, or can the trees recover? And how long do the stress effects persist? And are some trees tougher than others? So I tracked, our data set is 17,450 trees. And I found that 87% of the trees that had 100% crown dieback with no foliage, which is 100% decline index, they died in year 0. And the rest of them this is from year 1 to year 20 in the time series. Now, time series is not your calendar years. It's like how many years did you sample the same tree afterwards? So in 1986, a 1 year lag effect would be 1987, or 2017 would be not 2018. So what it does, it helps you isolate the effects of just, is the tree more vulnerable to stresses, rather than is the difference because of a calendar year or a plot or a regional difference. And you can see that more trees definitely died in the first 1 to 3 years when they had high crown dieback and the decline index. And I should say that I had divided the decline index into stress classes that I thought were relevant for how much stress a tree had and what it would do to it. So 0, you see, is the blue, that's no decline. Orange is greater than 0, but less than 10, and so on to the maximum 100. So that's what all these colors are on the graph. And on the y-axis, it tells you how many or what's the proportion of trees that died. And the numbers of each one of the stress symptoms in the decline index formula are shown here. So trees definitely died more in 1 to 3 years, and even up to 8 to 9 years, because you had higher proportions of tree died in subsequent years. And same thing with crown dieback. Slight corrosis was 1 to 3 years of strong and undersized leaves, and it continues on. But anyway. Well, I haven't given a talk so long. I think I'm definitely more nervous today. I apologize. Anyway, so that definitely the tree's vulnerability, what it was exposed to in stress, influence whether the tree would die or not. As I said, you probably know that from working in the field. But for the survivors, does the amount of decline it had in 1 year influence how much stress it showed in the next year? And so this graph also shows you the same decline classes that I used for mortality. And the x-axis is different. It shows you what was the decline class for a tree, and on the bottom from 0 to all these different classes. And on the y-axis, it shows you what amount of how many trees fit into all these different decline indexes or decline classes. So you can see here, like 70 to 99.5%. There is quite a few that some of the trees had less stress the next year. About 22% stayed about the same. And about 43% actually got worse, that they had 100% decline index. So yes, a tree's vulnerability is definitely influences what it had in the first year. And more stress in year, you just have the same effect in year 2. So the symptoms persisted. And I should say that you had more obvious effect with decline index and crown dieback than you had with slight or strong chlorosis or undersized leaves. And on the right graph here is that this looked at how much stress, the one type of stress symptoms did it affect the amount of another stress symptom. So from slight to strong chlorosis, slight to undersized leaves, slight chlorosis to crown dieback, strong chlorosis to crown dieback, or undersized leaves. And so it's obvious here, crown dieback and the DI had more of an effect than the slight, strong to undersized leaves. And slight chlorosis again had less of an effect because he had similar kind of colors spectrum across all the range of how much stress a tree had in year 0. And but there was definitely slight chlorosis, strong and undersized leaves led to more crown dieback and 2 years later. 3 years later, you had similar effects, except you had slightly less of an effect of slight chlorosis. So it's definitely starting to be less. And so many different years there, I have to get such short notes. And but you can so slight chlorosis is definitely less of an effect than strong chlorosis for undersized leaves on how much crown dieback it had. So 4 years after the tree was measured, similar decline changes, but you found that fewer trees in year 4 had the original 100% of that with no foliage in the crown. And that's because, as my mortality graph showed, a lot of them had died. And once they're died, they're no longer assessed for decline. So this is like showing if you survive, how well are you doing 4 years later. And again, we still see persistent results. Ground dieback and decline index still have an effect 5 years later. And you have less in, again, on how much like chlorosis. That's definitely becoming very similar across the years for this, and still see some effect on the amount of crown dieback. 6 years later, still persists. A tree still has higher stress in if it had high crown dieback or decline index in the year 0. And you can see that just because you've got more of the multiple colors here than you do with the ones with low decline. Not much difference in any of these, pretty similar patterns of the color rainbow pattern. And slight and strong chlorosis, same thing, didn't really affect the amount of undersized leaves. You still see a little bit of slight and strong chlorosis and undersized leaves, but less so on the amount of crown dieback. Year 7, similar, but starting to get less here. Oops, I think I missed one. Year 8, same trends. Year 9, similar trends, but less. You get a little bit less with the amount of less differences with if you had high crown dieback or DI in year 0, and a little bit less here too. It's no longer persisting of this effect on crown dieback. And year 10, it's even less. It's even persisting less here. So the amount of slight chlorosis or strong chlorosis or undersized leaves in a tree does not influence how much crown dieback the same tree had in 10 years later. And you still see a little bit of an effect here, but less so because the color spectrum here are more similar across the years. So yes, a stress that a tree has in 1 year can last for 10 years. That's a long time. So to turn to causes, as I said, I've looked at a lot more causes, but I only have time to go into a couple of them today. And one of them was looking at whether drier conditions affect a tree's stress symptoms. And I used what's called the standardized precipitation evaporation transpiration index. And what it does is it looks at whether the weather conditions are drier or wetter than average. And then I related it to how much tree stress the trees had. So, more trees showed some stress conditions that were drier than average. And the timing was, it's the previous July that just passed, or February to August, or 1 year back, that the drier it is, the more a tree is stressed. And the 1 year period actually had the most effect. And, you know, the drier conditions or drought, it really had a big impact. You know, ecology is messy, and it's often hard to like get a lot of the variation explained. And it explained quite a bit. And the best indicator of that was related to dry conditions was actually strong chlorosis, because it explained the most variation. And then crown dieback and the decline index were also quite high. And I found that, you know, I tried comparing all those stress thresholds I had in my previous graph, or the averages commonly used. There was actually, the best one was if a tree showed any signs of stress, then it was the best indicator to show whether it's likely to respond to the dry conditions. And proportions of trees with more than 0, slight chlorosis or undersized leaves, or dire, they had much weaker relationships. So they had less persistent effects. And it's also undersized leaves, that tends to be an insect defoliation footprint. You know, that's when I have a lot of undersized leaves, there's a major defoliation event happening in the plot. And died, it's so many different factors that it's quite complicated. And so that's, you know, it's messy. So this one factor only explains a little bit. And some trees showed stress with slight increases in sulfate deposition since 1986. But what was interesting, and not what people would have thought, is that they actually had less stress when you had more nitrate, or here it's like, so it actually, the nitrate deposition they like, which, you know, fertilizers have nitrate in them, nitrogen in them, but it's often thought that it's excessive fertilization, and then they run short of it, so they grow like crazy, and then they run short of other nutrients. But in this case, there was a slight effect that they liked nitrate deposition. And the DI and crown dieback responded the most to the amount of deposition. And again, you had less response for slight or strong chlorosis, and very small responses for undersized leaves or proportion died. So to summarize, you definitely have concrete evidence that, again, telling you guys what you know already, is that but cumulative and delayed stress effects influence the tree's vulnerability to future stress. You know, they died more, and if they had more stress, then they had more likely to have more stress in the next year. And this is for the same tree, no matter where it was in the province or what year you were talking about. And more trees had stress symptoms in drier conditions in July, February to August, and especially 1 year. And strong chlorosis was the most sensitive to drought, which is what you expect. And you had slightly more trees that had stress symptoms with less nitrate and more sulfate deposition. And again, undersized leaves and the died responded the least to the dry conditions and deposition factors that I looked at. So I'd like to thank all the partners with OPN. It's hard to keep the program running for a long time. And certainly the landowners have been key, as well as many partners we've had. And also there's been some previous Ministry of Environment, because how they developed thought would happen with the decline index is true. Crown dieback and the decline index are better persistent stress indicators. The foliage indicators tend to be more short-term stress indicators. And as well as we had various contractors who helped us do the decline assessment over the years. So thank you.
Okay, so up next we have Simeon Wright, forest pathologist from Michigan Department of Natural Resources. Simeon has a master's degree in plant pathology from the Ohio State University and a Bachelor of Science in entomology from the Iowa State University. He managed a plant diagnostic clinic at University of Missouri for 6 years and was the state forest pathologist for the Missouri Department of Conservation for 7 years prior to starting his current position in 2018, focused on forest health concerns throughout Michigan. Simeon works out of Sault Ste. Marie in Michigan's East Upper Peninsula. Simeon's actually not with us today, but we do have a recording, so we're basically going to watch a movie for the next 20 minutes.
The Department of Natural Resources, and I cover Michigan statewide. And today I talked a little bit about our top forest health issues that we're dealing with in Michigan. And these are primarily new invasive forest health threats that have come into the state and this began to establish in the last number of years. And the first of these pests that I want to talk about is hemlock woolly adelgid. And you can see here, you know, the typical white ovisards produced during the winter by the adelgid. But this pest is the pest that we spend the most time on all of the threats to Michigan forest health. We spend more time and money on HWA than any other. Hopefully I'm clear here on this slide. On the left, you can see where it's established along the Lake Michigan shoreline on the west side of the Lower Peninsula. We've got 6 counties, most recently Benson County up there to the north. So these red dots represent established populations there. And we've also got a detection in Ann Arbor. And this is at the University of Michigan Arboretum. And that was detected just last spring. This would be in southeast Michigan. So if you look at that lower map on the right there, below the purple, Arbor is in an area where there's no native hemlock and not much hemlock outside that arboretum. So we feel confident that this is something that we can contain, if not eradicate, in that area. But you see a huge area of purple in northern Michigan and portions of Wisconsin, and that represents a huge hemlock resource that we're trying to protect. And right now we've got just a tiny sliver of that range infested with HWA. So we spend a lot of time at the northern extent of the infestation doing treatments and surveys for HWA to slow the spread into the rest of that resource. Here on the left, you see where our partners have done extensive surveys for HWA. Red dots would be the most recent surveys. We prioritize that Lake Michigan shoreline because that is an area where temperatures are a little bit more moderated and favorable for HWA survival, and also migratory bird pathways. So I feel that this is high risk for infestation, and extensive surveys are done every winter. We also do a lot of treatments in Michigan. Again, our partners are very active in these treatment efforts. These are primarily tree injections with imidacloprid, use some dinotefuran as well. But a lot of these areas have very sandy soils. They're close to water tables and surface water that we're trying to prevent contamination. And this is a pop that we've just detected in Michigan in the last few years. First in Kent County, I'll have a map here in a minute to show you guys, but this would be in southwest Michigan and outside the native range of our balsam fir. It appears to have come in on a nursery stock a couple of decades ago and just kind of percolated along on site. There's not much fur in the vicinity, and we believe that we were able to destroy all of the infested trees and that this may have been eradicated, be subject to continued surveys, of course. Misaki County was just detected in the last several weeks, and that is a little more concerning for our balsam fir resource. That's further north in the lower peninsula, and there is some native balsam fir in the vicinity. So the surveys are still ongoing at that site to determine how well it may be established, but it looks likely that it came in on planted infested trees at that site, as well as a third site in Oceana County that was detected most recently. This is a Christmas tree farm and nursery. Unfortunately, that has some infested trees. So both of these new detections are subject to ongoing survey efforts, and we'll have a better handle on what those look like. Really, I think it's just the Misaki County detection that gets into our native fir resources as far as the data we have at this point in time. Here's some images of the twig fly that we see on some of the infested trees. Twig coating, and then the map showing the more recent detections that we're still trying to determine the extent of in red, and then the detection that we think is hopefully eradicated down there by the yellow. What is Michigan here about DWA? Well, it's balsam fir is the most abundant tree species in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and the second most abundant tree statewide. So it provides a lot of wildlife benefits and some timber value to the state. So there's a lot to be lost if the insect becomes established in our native balsam fir resource. Then I wanted to talk about spotted lanternfly. This was detected for the first time in 2022, last year, in north of Detroit. You can see where it was detected on the map. There's some satellite imagery here that shows the site. There's actually a couple nurseries on it. It appears that the spotted lanternfly came in as egg masses on trees from the east coast. So at this point in time, it does appear to be well established on the site. Our State Department of Agriculture leads our SLF related efforts, and they've been doing a lot of treatments. In the winter, they do scrape egg masses to reduce populations. They've also killed a lot of the tree of heaven on site, and they have treated a number of tree of heaven with insecticides to kill SLF. So at this point in time, it appears that SLF is certainly still present on the site, but at a fairly low population. Something else that we noticed in this map over on the right side, you just barely see a huge parking lot there that belongs to an Amazon fulfillment center. So a lot of concern about trucks that are placed there and packages where SLF could lay egg masses and then get transported elsewhere. A lot of outreach efforts, a lot of work being done associated with the site. We do have a number of other sites in Michigan where single adult SLF have been reported, and follow-up surveys have not suggested established population anywhere else, but it remains a large concern for us. And a lot of ongoing survey efforts related to the also wanted to mention the Spruce disease, which was also detected for the first time last year in Michigan when we started the state again. And you can see the light blue counties there. That's especially the larger Detroit metro area, and that's where it was detected last year. And dark blue counties represent additional detentions this year. We do have sites where we had long-term monitoring points that were established before the detection of BLD, and a few of those plots are now showing symptoms. So it does demonstrate that the development of symptoms is occurring rapidly in Southeast Michigan. In addition to the survey efforts, we have a few other activities going on in the state. We've got some demonstration treatment trials in Southeast Michigan utilizing the techniques that have been trialed in Ohio, where we have drenched polyphosphate around the base of symptomatic young or at least small beech trees. And we'll see what the results are in the next few years from that trial. We've also got some other survey efforts. There was a survey effort by Michigan State University in the northern part of the state over the past couple of years, where they looked for DNA of the Wildland nematode and told that samples were negative at that time. But we do have some additional survey efforts that are going to be underway soon. And again, looking for DNA of the nematodes in the southern part of the state. So we'll see what results we get from those additional survey efforts in the near future. I wanted to mention Wilt and our online Wilt viewer here, and the public can easily get to this viewer and see where Wilt has been controlled in the state. I want to emphasize that severely underestimate where Wilt is present. There's a lot of Wilt that either isn't confirmed or just isn't reported to this viewer. wilt. And to be confirmed, there has to be a lab report or a clear photo of the spore mats and the bark associated with the trees. So there's also a lot of yellow dots there, orange dots. Those represent sites where oak wilt has been reported, but has not been confirmed. And then blue dots are where the DNR has done treatments for oak wilt to eradicate pockets of infection. And those treatments certainly don't represent all of the treatments that are done in the state either. It's primarily just those. I wanted to also mention, we recently found this report in the Forest Health in Michigan from 1951, where they talked about an experimental oak wilt treatment in the southeast part of the state, north of Detroit. They're shown on the map, where they tried trenching around an infected tree. And in this report, they also describe several other locations in southern Michigan where oak wilt has been confirmed. So it's fascinating to me that we've been addressing oak wilt in Michigan for at least 70 years, and we still have a very large oak resource. That's encouraging. One of the other oak wilt related efforts that we've done over the past year or so is develop a new oak wilt management plan. And this is specific to the lands that are managed by the DNR Forest Resources Division or Iowa. And there's a number of things in this management plan, but one of the things we talk a lot about, of course, is the trenching efforts we do, which we feel have been quite effective when trenches are installed appropriately in the right locations. And the herbicides that we're using to kill oak root systems in advance of oak wilt infection to keep it from continuing to spread through a stand. It's still, I think, kind of on a trial basis for us, but we've been doing it for a few years now, and as we monitor these sites, we'll have more data and may feel more comfortable with that. But there are sites in Michigan where oak wilt has become very well established across a number of ownerships, and it's becoming more difficult to manage by eradicating individual pockets of infection. It just keeps popping up in new locations in the stand. So for these areas, we are thinking about additional options, and one would be simply promoting greater diversity in these stands. If you look at the photo on the lower left there, greater diversity of tree species makes it more difficult for oak wilt to continue to spread through that stand tree to tree if you don't have many oaks within root graft distance. And then, unfortunately for some sites where oak wilt is just a chronic issue, we are talking about some site conversion, possibly converting some of these stands to other tree species like we see in the lower right with planted red pine. I wanted to mention a few other issues as well, and spongy moth in Michigan it's been well established in the state since at least the late 1980s, and we seem to have a large population, a large outbreak about every decade or so. And our last outbreak peaked a couple of years ago at 1.2 million acres, and we've seen declining acres of defoliation since that we anticipate will continue. You can see here on these defoliation maps how that outbreak has progressed. They typically start in our northern lower peninsula, centered on our oak forests, oak dominant forests, and then spread in other areas from there. And this year, the core area from a few years ago, there's been a lot of collapse still some defoliation, but more so down in the southwest, and then more in the upper peninsula, particularly some of the areas in the west of the peninsula. And we believe these populations will continue to decline over the next few years. Aerial survey result here, we surveyed over 19 million acres. I put this in hectares so that it's easier for everyone to visualize what we've got here, and rank them by the agents where we have the most damage. So spongy mouse number one, forest tank caterpillar, that was mostly in the west of the peninsula, where we seem to be seeing an outbreak kind of starting, potentially peaking there. It actually started a year or two ago. Jack pine budworm, we're in the middle of an outbreak there. Second year for that, primarily in the northern lower peninsula. Spruce budworm, we've had an ongoing outbreak that really seems to have dropped off the last couple of years. A lot less defoliation than has been out recently. Then just a little bit of large aspen tortrix, large case bear, and eastern large beetle. So these represent the primary agents that we map this year in our area survey. And then the last thing here is staffing changes with our forest health program. In Michigan, the forest health program in Indiana is headed by Pete Gora, and then we've got James Weefrich, who used to be a forest health specialist for us. He's now the unit manager, so he's got what we anticipate will be a 5 to 7 person forest health response team under him. So these are individuals that are regionally based in the state and are on the ground doing a lot of the management, treatments, and coordination, outreach with forestry staff and the public. And then myself, Ian Wright, is the ecologist working with a forest entomologist and forest health statewide. And that economic position is currently vacant. It's been advertised and closed in, I believe, November 3rd. So if there's anyone out there that is interested in that position and can work in the US, I would encourage them to apply. Then we're hoping to eventually hire an invasive species biologist as well. And that position will probably focus more on invasive plants. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions. You can feel free to email me, and I would be happy to respond. And again, apologize for not being in person, and hope that your meeting is going well. Thank you very much.
So this afternoon, we're going to start off with our keynote address. So this isn't specific to what you would traditionally think of with forest health, but considering the state of forest fires that we experienced this year and the smoke that traveled into Toronto and New York and made headlines everywhere and affected everybody, we figured why not bring somebody in who is an expert in forest fires to tell us a little bit more about what they do, and so we can learn more about these wildland fires. So I'm happy to introduce Dan Johnston, Strategic Planning and Risk Advisor with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. With over 20 years of experience in wildland fire management, Dan has worked in wildland fire suppression, prevention, prescribed burning, fire science, emergency management, and policy development. Dan currently provides strategic planning advice to Ontario's Wildland Fire Management Organization as the Strategic Planning and Risk Advisor. Dan also holds a Master of Science in Forestry studying wildland fire behavior. So welcome, Dan.
Hey, just to recap, Dan Johnston, Strategic Planning and Risk Advisor. Started out as a firefighter in British Columbia a number of years ago. So any health and safety people in the room, the Ontario government, that was while I worked for BC. Don't get upset. Started as a firefighter, did that for a number of years, went, wow, this is really hard work. I don't think I want to do this anymore. got connected with some sciencey people, Dave Martell and Mike Watton. Ended up going to school and I was like, I'm going to become a scientist and study fire. And then I realized that was pretty hard and I'm really bad at stats. So I was like, nope, I'm not going to be a scientist. Wanted to kind of bridge the world of science and operations. So I went and joined up with the ministry. And then I stopped doing that and showed that I was kind of good at something kind of like policy and strategic planning. And they've made me do that ever since. So that's who I am. What am I going to talk about? A little bit about Ontario's approach to fire management, just because it provides the context about some of the other stuff. Talk a little bit about forest health connections and wildland fire. And then I'm going to spend quite a bit of time talking about future challenges and the potential for a change in approach of how we manage fire in Ontario. So I'm going to blast through some slides because otherwise I'll talk forever. I'm not an ecologist, I'm not a biologist, I'm not a forester, I'm not any of those smart things. So, Dan McKenney, feel free to jump in and be like, that's actually not true, but talk about a few things. So fire, natural part of the environment in almost every ecosystem in Ontario, right? Fire's been around as long as there have been vegetated ecosystems within sort of North America or anywhere you go. It's really important, for forest renewal, habitat maintenance and renewal. It's responsible for some diverse landscapes. The benefits of fire tend to be long-term, right? If you're playing the long game, that's when you can start to realize some of the benefits of fire. However, as we're all aware, if you watch the news or you live in a fire-prone environment or you've had to deal with these or you've been evacuated, we know that wildland fires have some really serious impacts. Direct threat to human life, health, and safety. We're learning a lot more about smoke impacts, and I'll talk about it in a second. We thought for a long time, since, about a century ago, that the loss of civilian life due to wildland fires was kind of inconceivable in Canada. And what unfortunately we've seen in recent years in Lytton, BC and some other places is it's not the case. Wildland fires are a risk to life and public safety. Communities and private property, we've seen again, a lot of structure loss in Canada, a lot of devastation within communities. Critical infrastructure, hydro lines, any linear feature that goes through a burnable area is at risk. I was on a fire a couple of years ago in Parry Sound 33, and Parry Sound 33 threatened a couple of plastic boxes that were running along. I can't remember if it was side of the highway or side of the rail line. We're like, oh, plastic boxes melt pretty easily when you heat them up. So those are going to burn. And then we found out that the main fiber optic line that connects Eastern and Western Canada for internet ran through those, and had it melted those boxes, we would have severed the internet across the country. So yeah, real impacts. Economic disruptions. Fort McMurray, $9.5 billion in sort of losses are directly attributable to that fire. Social disruptions, evacuations, mental health impacts on people who are evacuated, people who are affected by fires, the people who are responding to fires. This is a point I was trying to make because, if you don't live in Red Lake or Ear Falls or some of these places and you haven't been evacuated and that kind of stuff, it's easy to think, wow, fire doesn't really affect me where I live. Everybody who lives in Ontario is susceptible to the negative impacts of fire. We shut down rail lines, we shut down hydro lines, we shut down the internet, smoke impacts. The impacts are geographically dispersed far away from where the fire might be. So huge impacts. Just to give a bit of magnitude on those. Smoke, if you live in Southern Ontario, certainly you got exposed to smoke last year or this summer. The cost of smoke on our healthcare system in terms of effects on increased morbidity and mortality rates, in the billions, sort of like that $9 to $20 billion a year directly attributed to wildland fire smoke. In one census division in Toronto, I think it was somewhere close to $95 million in direct health impacts from 1 year. And that was a slow year. Health Canada hasn't done the study yet on last summer's smoke, but you can imagine it's going to be really significant. Evacuations, that's an evacuation density map of Ontario and a picture of people who are unfortunately having to be evacuated from their houses, sometimes for a couple of days, sometimes for a couple of weeks. And what we saw in British Columbia this year was months. And it has a real impact and there are real risks associated with it. So that's just to drive home that when we're talking about fire management, we're talking about billions of dollars of impacts and real impacts on people. Wildland fire management is about balancing those positive aspects of wildland fire where you need it in your environment and trying to reduce or mitigate those negative impacts. Dave Martell, if you know him or if you heard him speak, sometimes he talks about wildland fire management is about trying to have the right amount of the right kinds of fire in the right places at the right time. I'm going to say wildland fire management is an impossible balance because there are so many competing demands and community interests. If you're interested in X habitat, you might want to see a little bit more fire. But if you live in a community nearby that's going to get smoked out, you want to see less fire. So it's an impossible balance to achieve. Also, there's the fact that when Mother Nature decides to have a big fire, it's getting a big fire. That leads us a bit into our approach. MNRF is responsible for fire management on Crown land. Within MNRF, Aviation, Forest, Fire, and Emergency Services, who I work for, runs the fire program. We have, about 1,000, 800 firefighters, 1,000, 1,200 staff. We can get a lot bigger. We bring in resources when we need them from other provinces, other countries. But our approach is really focused on preventing human-caused fires, which on average account for about 50% of fires. Mitigation, which is really changing the forest fuel types around you, but also changing your built environment so they're less likely to burn down, or if you do have a fire, it's less intense and we're more able to suppress it. Response is kind of the firefighting aspect of it. It is one of the most effective sort of suppression or risk reduction tools we have in our toolbox. If people are like, you'll hear a lot about, we need to increase our investment in prevention and mitigation. We invest too much in response. That comes from an emergency management world where they're talking about emergency response. And if you invest more in prevention and mitigation, you can reduce those costs. If you could successfully fight 96% of tornadoes or hurricanes or earthquakes, trust me, you'd have a well-staffed, well-funded tornado fighting force. We can and we do, but it's not the only tool in our toolbox. The other one is the use of fire. It is part of our mandate, part of our responsibility, and part of fire management is using fires, either naturally occurring fires and managing them, or using prescribed burns to achieve ecological objectives or other resource management objectives. Our approach fundamentally hasn't changed in 120-ish years. Following some really devastating fires in Ontario, Matheson, Dance, those areas where a lot of people lost their lives, the Ontario government formed this, sort of centralized control agency to fight fire. And it was really based on preventing fires from causes that were sort of, common or nuisance causes like industry, land clearing, that kind of stuff, and sending people into the bush with equipment to fight fires when they're small to prevent them from getting big. Planes are better, pumps are better, equipment's better, we do it safer, but we fundamentally do it in the same way as we always have. And that will be relevant later. So what are some forest health connections? Everybody sees things through their own lens. I see things through a fire lens. And when I look at the natural world, I see things through a fuel lens. I don't see forest types, I don't see species, I see how it's going to burn. A lack of fire can contribute to a less healthy forest, which I'm not an expert in this field, may make it more prone to certain kinds of, forest pests or other types of disturbances. Burned areas can attract certain insects. The more area you have burned, the more, I can't remember what it was. Dan, where's Dan? Longhorn beetle, that's right. After a fire, brings them in. White-spotted sawyer beetle, white-spotted sawyer beetle. Again, not an ecologist. I know they fly around. I know if you leave them on your skin long enough, they will bite you as a firefighter, or if they go down your Nomex shirt. The big area of our concern, and a concern for the public that might not be recognized, is that a lot of the disturbance mechanisms can create a more flammable landscape. Be it wind damage, storm damage, ice damage. That's actually the red picture. Sorry, it's really blurry, but it's taken out the window of a beaver or a twin otter. Is just frost damage up in the Northwest. It happened early in the season, and for some reason, it didn't kill the trees, I don't think, mostly, but it made them sort of turn red and lose a lot of moisture content in them. Spruce budworm, that's a tornado track up north of Sioux Lookout. Anything that's altering our forest to make it more flammable is a huge concern for us. Just driving home that point, here's a bunch of blowdown in north of Red Lake. And for us, obviously a huge concern. If you have a fire start in that, that's a lot of dry fuel. It's a lot more exposed to sunlight, so it'll dry out faster, and wind. It's also so dangerous to work in. Dan, did you come out with us and do some of those plots and blowdown, or maybe not? Anyway, for a while we were doing fuel loading stuff, but walking across that is really dangerous. And for our firefighters, we won't let them do that. They have to cut a path in, and it's just a lot of work. And it's almost to the point of not being able to safely fight fire. Jackpine budworm can affect the flammability of a forest, and it's a huge concern, especially where those affected areas butt up with the things we care about. Communities, the other values we try and protect, critical infrastructure, and those kinds of things. So these are the aspects of forest health. We're not so concerned with what's driving these changes, you know, the species of insect or what it might be. We're more concerned with the impact it's having on the forest in terms of its dryness and its flammability. So, you know, data gaps in terms of what effect it's going to have on fire behavior, mapping so that we know, so we can better prepare and pre-position our resources. Very, very important to us. Talk a little bit more about the future of wildland fire management. And I think it's really important. I try and talk about it in front of any audience I get the chance to. It's coming at us fast and it's coming at us furious. Increased development in fire-prone areas. We as people are just spreading out into the wildland urban interface is what we call it in fire. We're just building more stuff. Hydro lines through the north, fiber optic lines that the companies who build them tend to just sometimes stringing along the forest floor and in the trees. That's not ideal. Increased development and more access means more people, and people start fires. No matter how much we try and prevent them, if you open up an area for fishing, someone's going to have a shore lunch, it's going to get away and cause a fire. Forest health conditions are expected to create a more flammable landscape. I just talked about this. What we know about changing climatic conditions suggests, and again, I'm not an expert, but what we've been told and what we're hearing is that we're likely to see more disturbance on the landscape because of a changing climate that's going to make it more flammable. The actual climate changing is going to lead to more extreme fires, more extreme fire conditions, and longer fire seasons. We're also seeing increasing and changing competing priorities. Our business across Canada used to be about protecting timber. It's not anymore. It's about protecting people and communities, and we're seeing things change. The more we understand the impacts, the more we're going to get more public pressure. And the big one is smoke. We learn more and more about the health impacts of wildland fire smoke. It's going to put a lot of pressure on our governments and our agencies to manage fire in a different way to try and reduce that. It's also changing societal views and expectations about what the public is willing to tolerate when it comes to evacuations, living with fire and smoke. Drive home a little bit more just in terms of preparing for the future. And the reason I crossed out future and wrote now is because these projection periods we've been talking about in the future, some of the early ones are from 2020 to 2040, and we're in that now. And we're going to be seeing these changes soon. The colored map on the right is just percent changes in the number of fires. So, you know, within the next 20-ish years, we could probably see a 50% increase in the number of fires in Ontario. And this is a map of color-coded the percent change in days when it's dry enough, hot enough, and windy enough that we have extreme fire behavior. Under these days, you basically can't fight a fire. And we're expecting huge increases in that. Something along the lines of 180% sort of by the end of the century. That's all well and good. Like, you know, we can, sorry, I should have prefaced this with, this is kind of a downer bummer presentation, but what does it really mean? If you were following the news at all, you saw a lot of stuff about wildland fires in the news. This is a graph that CBC put together based on information collected by the federal government. It's mostly estimates, but it's pretty close. This is cumulative area burned in hectares for this summer. And the other lines below are previous records. Often you'll hear about a record-breaking fire season. That's not a broken record. That's a shattered record. And this is a fundamental thing about wildland fire. It's very sensitive to changes in temperature because forest dryness is really sensitive to changes in temperature. It's always been expected to be one of the first sort of signs or signals of a really changing climate. The other thing is fires tend to grow, not incrementally, but they tend to double or triple in size in a given day. And once you have a few 100,000 hectares or a couple million hectares on fire, a few more hot, dry, windy days doesn't just mean a little bit more fire on the landscape. It means a lot. We're going to continue in the coming years to shatter records. British Columbia broke their record for area burn in 2017, And not by a little bit, by quite a lot. And then in 2018, they broke it again. And then in 2021, I think they broke it. And in 2023, they broke it. Like this will be the norm across Canada of breaking records. In Ontario, we started this summer and we measure the dryness of the forest floor through a Canadian Forest Fire Danger Rating System. We were seeing measurements of dryness across Ontario, not just the Northwest, but Northeast as well, sort of broad sweeping across the Northern Ontario. Dry forest fuels that we had never seen to that degree before for that time of year. We were trending, and Al Tithcott, who used to be the director of the fire management branch, always said, don't talk about unprecedented. Just because you haven't experienced doesn't mean it hasn't happened before. It feels like we're getting into unprecedented territory. We saw drier fuels than we've ever seen on record in Ontario this summer. We were trending towards a BC type situation. And thankfully, there was just a change in weather pattern. I will tell you, this summer we had firefighters from France, Spain, Portugal, Mexico, the United States, South Korea, Costa Rica, all over the place. Like we'd never experienced this before. It wasn't enough. Alberta at one point, in the peak of it all, had an outstanding order for 2,000 firefighters. You cannot resource this. You couldn't get helicopters in this country. There's pilot shortages, all kinds of things happening. It's just a fact that when you got that much fire in the landscape, the demand is so high for resources, you cannot resource it. So what's the answer? Buy more water bombers and firefighters? This was a study done by Mike Watton and I think Rob McAlpine a number of years ago that looked at what investment we would need to keep initial attack escapes, so the fires that we can't catch when they're small and then end up getting bigger, what we would need to keep them about the same as they were historically. And they found that you would need to double the amount of suppression resources in Ontario just to keep things status quo by 2040. That's not realistic. You can't build water bombers that fast. There is a diminishing return. We're not alone in recognizing this. Across the globe, the Wildland Fire Challenge is well recognized. Federally, pan-Canadian provinces and territories see this happening and understand that there needs to be a change. So that's the future of wildland fire in Ontario. What's the future of wildland fire management? We know fire management is getting more complex. Our business is changing and our business is getting harder. The impacts on people, communities, industry are expected to get worse. We'll have more evacuations, we'll have bigger evacuations, we'll have evacuations that last longer, more disruptions to critical infrastructure. Suppression's not going to keep pace. There is no silver bullet to get us out of this. You cannot firefight your way out of what's coming at us. And we need a more multi-pronged, sort of more integrated approach. And it's likely that incremental improvements won't do. A pumpier pump and a more water bomber will not get us out of this. As I said, response fire suppression is a really effective risk reduction tool. I'm not discounting that, and we need to continue to invest in it. We need to continue to have a really ready and active fire suppression program. We need to expand the scope of risk reduction tools to meet the challenge. One of those is understanding risk on the landscape and taking steps to manage that risk at a landscape scale. You hear a lot about learning to live with fire. Well, if you ask the people in British Columbia or you ask the people in Ontario who were evacuated, it's hard to live with fire. We're gonna have to change the way we do things to be able to live with more fire. Two things that I want to really drive home when we talk about expanding the scope of risk reduction activities. Historically, wildland fire management has been the responsibility of MNR, MNRF, whatever you want to call it, lands and forests, and has been really this centralized responsibility. And our approach has been to prevent as many as we can through legislation and education and to fight the rest of them. We need to expand, and you're going to hear this term a lot in the media and across the country and through dialogues around wildland fire, a whole of society approach. Anybody who has a role they can play in reducing wildland fire risk, that's building codes, that's municipal planning, that's how we build infrastructure, that's what we allow on the landscape and where, needs to come to the plate and use those policy levers and use those tools that they have at their disposal to reduce the overall risk. It cannot be left up to one branch within one ministry, within one government. It will not work in the future. So a whole of society approach. The other one is integrated fire management. Is, for a lot of reasons, maybe, in the past, fire management and forest management and the other parts of our ministry were a little bit more aligned, a little bit more integrated, and over time they kind of drifted apart. We cannot see things as different. You cannot see, critical infrastructure planning as separate somehow from fire management. Integrated fire management is the same as whole of society, means everybody coming together. I'll talk about this one quickly. And if you've been in this business for a long time, if you're a forester, we can chat after. Yeah, I know the policy barriers. Yeah, I know the financial barriers. Prescribed burning is an effective tool. Sometimes the best thing to do is for us to light a fire before nature does. Prescribed burning is a deliberate, planned application of fire. It's us using fire. We can do it for a lot of reasons. We can do it for habitat management, forest management, all these kinds of things. One really great thing to use it for is wildland fire risk reduction. Remove those really volatile fuels under a nice kind of moderate windy day before nature decides to do it on a really hot ripping day. It is an effective tool and we need to be using more of it within Ontario. Dave Martell used to say, and I go back to Dave Martell all the time. He used to always say, fire management is forest management. I'm really pushing people to think about it differently. Forest management is fire management. Every decision that's made on a forested landscape, where we harvest, how much we harvest, and what pattern, what we plant, all those kinds of things, what species we favor, directly influences the kinds of fires we see. Forest management is fire management and has a role in terms of wildland fire risk reduction. It is an emerging area of interest in terms of lots of good science happening. The CFS is doing some cool stuff in terms of strategic planning of how can you break up your forested landscape through harvesting, prescribed burns, wildland fire management, and other ways to reduce wildland fire risk, to reduce the likelihood you're going to have big, uncontrollable spreading fires. Does it align with every other objective of forest management? Not always. These are the competing priorities and the tensions in our business that we're going to have to come to grips with. But I think there is a role, or a bigger role, for forest management to consider wildland fire risk reduction as a central pillar or a central objective of forest management. And there's a lot of cool research happening and some tools being developed. Right now in Ontario, there are still, data gaps, information gaps, tool gaps in terms of, I don't have a prescription guide for risk reduction of certain kinds of fuel type into something else. There's a lot of research that needs to go onto it, but, trying to get a point across the point that the need is there, and this is an opportunity that is different than our historical approach of just going out to fight fires in the bush. I assume that was like 45 minutes. I have no idea. Alicia, you didn't stand up and kick me off, but that is kind of what I wanted to get across. If there's time for questions, I'm happy to, unless it's about prescribed burning. No, kidding. I'll answer any questions.
Hi, so I'm just, I just got some questions about the prescribed burning, so.
Do it.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder how, is there a number to describe how many prescribed burn we're doing now, like numbers of the fire, or like the acre that we, like the hectare that we burn every year?
So the question was, do I have a number off the top of my head to describe how many prescribed burns we're doing or what sort of area we're burning? No, it's not a lot. In the past, prescribed burning in Ontario was really focused on slash reduction, like broadcast burning in a cutover to remove slash after harvesting. Ontario's got a tricky history with prescribed burning. There was a tragic event where a number of people lost their lives in a prescribed burn. That set the program back. A couple of escapes, that set the program back. Harvesting technology, harvesting methods changed. There wasn't really the opportunity necessarily to do that kind of burning anymore. Got away from that, got towards slash pile burning. We don't really do that. And then we started moving towards sort of hazard reduction burning. And we are partnering with a number of Indigenous communities, especially in the Northwest, to do grass hazard reduction burns in the spring, because it's a fuel type in an area right in and around communities where we see a lot of fires in the spring. And by going and doing a prescribed burn, we can remove that. Low numbers. And any other kind of sort of non-slash pile prescribed burning, low numbers. Like I could probably count them on one or two hands.
Yeah, sorry, like I got it.
Yeah.
You say like slash burn, but to my understanding, slash burn will be done by the industry.
Yeah.
Like the SFLs.
Yeah.
So it won't be like
No. Slash pile burning is usually done by a contractor employed by the licensee, I think. M&R staff don't really do it, maybe in some very isolated cases. We are more of a regulator in that way, where we've set the rules and saying this is how you have to do it. These are the sort of qualifications and standards you have to meet. So we don't really do slash pile burning, but across Ontario, it is the most common type of prescribed burning done.
Thanks. I think most people have a good understanding of the long-term effects, but what were some of the like shorter term things that you saw health-wise for the smoke this year?
I'm not an expert on health impacts of smoke. There are some cool emerging studies. Were you a firefighter? No, I'm just okay. So if you were a firefighter, I'm sure a number of people in this room were. This room looks like a bunch of fire people. Aside from, you know, how heady the presentations were, when I looked at the room, I said, like, this could be a fire group. If you fought fire and you were sucking smoke all the time, you know, people will notice that sort of you just have kind of, it feels like an overall stress on your cardiovascular system, but it is an emerging area we're learning a lot about. British Columbia is partnering with some academic institutions to understand it. Ontario's been doing a little bit of work, but it's definitely an area of sort of emerging knowledge. And then the other question is, how do you protect people from that exposure, and communities who are being exposed to a lot of smoke, wildland firefighters who are being exposed to a lot of smoke? It's an area of interest and an area of growth right now, but I don't have a lot of answers.
Ministry of Environment, they had a lot of experiences year long, which is federally and consistent across the country, and it's a particular matter that will continue. And certainly there are a lot of people who are sensitive, like have asthma or things that they're at high risk. So that's what the air quality health index. There are websites through the roof in terms of more hits because we're all affected by it. And the particular matter, it depends on the size of the particle. The smaller they are, that's the really small. It goes further into the good news is that the wood smoke tends to be a little bigger particles. But no, air that kind of air pollution, as well known because of the bats. And you know, the world are worse, but it's still happening.
One thing I'll say is that an area of concern is not just the wood smoke. Most of what burns in a wildland fire is like forest floor material that's sort of semi-decomposed organic. As things get drier, you know, we saw a few fires in the very far north of Ontario in the Hudson's Bay lowland. Peatlands will dry out more often, and we will see more combustion of peatlands, and they have a bunch of stuff in them that I don't know the science of, but we know we don't want to be breathing a lot of it, but we're going to be breathing a lot of it in the future. So.
Yeah, I think I heard that M&R used to have a lot of fire towers. I heard they had they're watching for fires, and then they actually had some climate monitoring throughout the summer. I heard that, you know, the Harris government, one of those got cut. And I'm not sure how much capacity that, and then I wonder if there's some kind of remote imagery that like emerging technology. Let's say we don't have a stack, we have it when you get here, right?
No, it's true. We used to use towers for detection. So you'd have a person standing up in a tower watching for smoke on the horizon and being able to radio it in. Alberta used to, I think still uses them in some cases. BC moved away from it. We primarily used fixed wing aircraft patrols. So we've got a bunch of them on contract, but we also use our own aircraft. If you're flying to a fire, everybody's looking for new fires, so you don't have to look there. We also rely on the public aircraft. If you have charters, commercial aircraft, there's a lot of emerging remote sensing technology right now for mapping fires, especially once they get a little bit bigger. The challenge with remote sensing for detecting fires, and this is a challenge, this is a difference between remote sensing language and fire language, is they'll say, oh, we can detect fires using remote sensing. They mean the camera can pick up that there's a fire there. in our line of business, they can't find them small enough to meet our objectives. By the time it's able to be detected by a satellite, it's too big for us to be able to probably action it. But there is some really interesting work being done. The federal government has invested a lot of money in a new satellite program called WildFireSat that will provide near real-time mapping of fires, especially once they're on the landscape. Because one of the challenges for us is when you pop 120 fires during one day and they're all spreading big, it's hard to get intelligence on all of them. You can't get human eyes on every single fire because of smoke and all these kinds of things. So that's a huge role for satellites and remote sensing. Not so much for detecting, you know, one single smoking tree at the base that human eyes can pick up and you can get people to quickly. It's just not, the technology is not quite there, but I'm sure in my career, I will see satellites picking up a fire and, you know, directly emailing me and dispatching. You know, when I was a firefighter, we used to joke about satellites detecting fires and shooting foam-filled rockets from them and putting them out and putting us out of business. But I don't think that's quite going to happen, but for sure the technology is advancing really rapidly. So we'll get to a point of detection. Come find me later. I'll talk about fire.
So David Dukevich is the entomology technician for the Invasive Species Center, and he identifies multiple taxa of insects for the Ontario Forest Health Program, as well as a variety of other research projects, including invasive species. He has been working with the Forest Health Program for over 10 years and is looking forward to continuing his work in Ontario's forest insect biodiversity. So welcome, David.
So I've only been doing this for 10 years. I haven't been as long as those guys over in the middle there. I'm, like I said, David Dukevich from the Invasive Species Center. Put together this PowerPoint presentation with some collaboration between Darissa Vincentini, as well as Madison Sturba from the Invasive Species Center as well. For those of you who are not familiar with the Invasive Species Center, I can use this. Maybe? No. Okay. Yes. Okay, so the Invasive Species Center is a not-for-profit organization. So we essentially bring stakeholders together for connect with knowledge and technology to prevent the spread of invasive species through that harm Canada's environment, ecosystem, and the society. So Nicole had mentioned today in her presentation that we collaborated with Natural Resource Canada, CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, as well as the Invasive Species Center to do basically a citizen science project in order to detect hemlock woolly adelgid. So I'm going to touch base on what HWA is and how we actually went through this project. So hemlock woolly adelgid, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's a very tiny sap-sucking insect that infests hemlock trees. So it was first thought to have been brought over to the eastern side of the US or North America through ornamental trees in the mid-1990s. It attacks vulnerable hemlocks as well as it can be found in British Columbia, but the hemlock over there seems to be resistant or has co-evolved in order to be resistant to the HWA. So this is a current distribution of hemlock woolly adelgid in Canada. It can be found in BC as well as Nova Scotia. Essentially, the entire southern side of Nova Scotia is infested with HWA in certain counties. And it can also be found near the Niagara region. In 2002, it was also discovered on the north shore of Lake Ontario in the Grafton area, as well as another detection was found in the sort of Welland area, just north of the regulated areas. In 2023, it was detected in the Royal Botanical Gardens in the Hamilton area. And for those of you who need a refresher, this map here on the right-hand side is a map of eastern hemlock forests. So some of the signs and symptoms that you might find with a hemlock infestation is one of the big things is the premature dieback. So these HWA essentially are sucking the life out of the trees, as I like to think about it. So they will draw the nutrients that the tree is providing to its needles, and they'll draw it out, and they'll basically ingest it through their their stylets that they have injected into the needles. So essentially they get to hang out on the tree and drink the tree juices through a straw all day. That's how they sort of affect the tree. Tree thinning, thinning of the branches and thinning of the crown is another identifying feature, as well as this grayish color in the brown too. So the discoloration of foliation. This insect is very tiny. It's very hard to see. You usually need a very powerful hand lens or a microscope in order to see this. Most adults are under 2 millimeters in length, and the crawler stage as well as the egg stages are even smaller than that. They produce a waxy wool ovary sac during development, and it looks sort of like mini cotton balls. And they tend to be directed towards the base of the needle, along the this just above the stem, and that's where they sort of congregate around. So with this insect being such a small species, it creates a lot of challenges in monitoring for it. Like I said before, it's very challenging to see itself. It also moves long distances through wildlife. So migratory bird pathways is one of the big ways that it can move. During the crawler stage, it can crawl onto birds and fly from canopy to canopy, as well as over lakes as shown. And it's very difficult to detect in canopies because it usually is found high up in the canopy. It develops in the crown first, and then sort of we see it down towards the base of the tree after the infestation has gained more population. So like I said, the insect is very challenging to see. So how did we sort of try and overcome this, challenges? Well, we put together I would like to say a coalition, but I guess that's not the right word. A group with the Invasive Species Center, the Great Lakes Forestry Center, so the Natural Resource Canada, as well as the CFIA. And we put together a community-based science project in order to get community activists involved and able to provide them a unique opportunity for monitoring and stewarding their own woodlots. We started this in 2022, in early 2022, and we've continued this through this year. And we essentially wanted to look at areas outside of known distribution and regulated areas to see if we can detect any HWA in those areas. So this pilot project of the Hemlock Woolly Delegate Monitoring Network eDNA program was underway. So eDNA is said a lot, and just to refresh everyone what eDNA is. So environmental DNA is essentially genetic material that is shed by into the environment by living or dead organisms. So you can detect environmental DNA essentially in areas that you're looking for by, you know, either shedding feces, reproductive cells, mucus, hairs, skin, those kinds of things. Specifically, we are trying to find wings or insect legs we can get eDNA from, the woolly fragments, the woolly masses, as well as excrement as well, or frass. So we were able to utilize an environmental DNA collection method by Dr. Partridge and Meg Sanders at the Grand Valley State University developed this sort of method, and we took it up and started to use it in Canada. So what we managed to do is these little plates right here, they're just a little bit smaller than the dinner plates that we had out today. They're 3D printed microscope slides. Oh, we have one here. Here we go. This is what they look like. So they do move so that we can add the slides in and then lock them in place once they're in place. Thank you for bringing that. These microscope slides are dipped in petroleum jelly, which you can see right here. And the petroleum jelly allows things to stick onto them like crawlers or bits of pieces of hemlock woolly adelgid. And everything was set up in hemlock stands, very similar to that. So they were just elevated off the ground and left for 2 months during the crawling and adult stages in order to collect all the material that we're looking for. This is the package that we just basically sent out to everyone. It had the wheel, these were the samples, were the microscope slides, some gloves, and paperwork for us to understand the site and everything like that. So what we received back in the lab is we sent out 50 traps and we got 44 samples back, which I think is a pretty good use of resources. You know, and the people that weren't able to give them back, they couldn't find hemlock in their stands. You know, I think 1 or 2 of the traps were stolen. So if you do field work, I know sometimes traps get stolen, it happens. Or they wish to no longer participate in the project. But for the majority of the people, the individuals that we got to enjoy part of the program, they were easy enough to get involved. So the analysis that we did is we did a visual survey. So we took and we looked under the microscope of those microscope slides. We did a quick visual survey. This is a positive result here. You can see all the little crawlers. And then we scraped all this petroleum jelly and put them into vials and sent them away for PCR and qPCR DNA analysis. So what were the results? Well, we found 2 samples that had suspect HWA. So one was accidentally put upside down in the trap, but a little crawler did crawl under it. So we were able to detect it visually. And then the other one was pretty easy to detect. As you can see here, the crawlers were all over it. And by this, we sent the information to the CFIA. They were able to immediately send people over to the location, and they were able to detect, do their due diligence by sending the technicians. They collected samples themselves, as well as we sent our microscope slides off for DNA analysis, and it was confirmed that we did have one positive in the area. So we were able to add sort of this point onto the graph here. So an additional distribution area. that we were able to find it. So that's essentially what we wanted to find. Out of the 44, we did have one, so that was sort of looked as a positive to say that it worked. So sort of the conclusions and the lessons that we learned was that by this method worked well in increasing the early detection. We're able to find one positive location. It worked, so that was great. It also, we were able to find that we can scale this up to a larger geographical scale now, which is great. And so we are going to be looking for new participants in the future. Some things that we did learn a couple lessons. So putting the traps out, just rearranging the time frame of when the traps are out to best collect the oviposition sacs as well as the wool and the crawler stages. And we can find the results if you're interested on iNaturalist as well. Like I said before, some of the next steps we're doing into 2024 or in the next field season is we're going to be adding additional participants into this protocol or into the mix. We're going to be refining our protocol to better adjust for the development and timing of HWA. And we're also going to be creating a video and a one-page protocol for any volunteers that are going to be joining up with us. I also have one quick plug also for the invasive species training program that we have going on. And the program is basically for anyone who wants to join. This program actually covers a wide variety of invasive species. And it does allow you to use credits towards your International Society of Arboriculture, as well as the Ontario Certification of Crop Advisory Association credits. So these are accredited programs if you're looking for quick ways to learn about invasive species. So if you wanted to enroll, it's www.invasivespeciescenter.ca/training. And thank you very much.
Next, we have Dr. Sharon Reed, Forest Health Research Scientist with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. Dr. Reed is the Forest Health Research Scientist and Program Lead for Ontario's MNRF. Her program focuses on the detection, management, and impact of invasive forest insects and pathogens. Current topics being investigated are oak wilt vectors and management, the impact of beech leaf disease and beech bark disease on forests, vectors of the beech leaf nematode, and detection of hemlock woolly adelgid using environmental DNA. So welcome, Sharon Reed.
Right, so today I'm going to talk to you about the research we've been doing on nididula beetles and how that is going to contribute to oak wilt management in the future. Right, so oak wilt is caused by an invasive fungus called Bretziella fagacearum. It affects all oak species, but some trees are more susceptible than others. It was first described in Wisconsin in the 1940s, but it was definitely present in the United States longer than that, and is now present in 24 eastern states in the U.S. And it was, as Nicole was saying, just detected in 3 locations in southern Ontario this year. So nididula beetles are responsible for oak wilt transmission over land in the northern half of North America. There are more than 100 species in Canada of nididulids. And these beetles are attracted to sweet smells, to ripe fruits, to fermenting vegetation, as well as to fungi. And a lot of what we know about these beetles is from the agricultural literature, because they are a pest of like strawberry fields and raspberry crops, as well as some types of corn. But the nididula beetles that we're interested in are the ones that are feeding on fungi, that are attracted to the oak wilt fungus. So the oak wilt fungus has a really interesting ability. So once it kills a tree, it produces a pressure pad that sits on the wood of the tree and pushes against the bark. And that cracks the bark open. And it allows these little nittidoodle beetles to crawl in under the bark and get to this really good sweet smelling fungus that it's picking up on. So the beetles live on this fungus. They feed on it, they lay their eggs on it. They really like it. And occasionally some of them leave the fungus while they still have living spores on it from the fungus. And they find a wound on an oak tree that they can crawl across. And then the spores of the fungus are transmitted, and you have the disease cycle continuing on. But there are some things that are really important to note about this disease. So first of all, the wounds on the trees, they have to go down to the wood of the tree, to the sapwood, not just like a little scratch in the bark. The other thing is that these wounds have to be fresh in order for the disease cycle to continue. The oak wilt fungus is not a very good competitor. So if those wounds are older and they're colonized by other fungi, those other fungi will outcompete the oak wilt fungus. So new wounds are really important. And the last thing is I added to this diagram a little storm cloud and a saw here, because nittidoodle beetles do not have the mouth parts to chew through healthy bark and wood on their own. So it really requires a disturbance event or a person or an animal to come to the tree and cause that wound. And it's one of the reasons why oak wilt is a little bit of a slower disease than some of these other invasive diseases we've encountered. And it's also the reason why one of the things we stress for management of oak wilt is that do not wound trees when these beetles are active, right? Okay, so getting back to the beetles, we don't expect all of these beetles to be oak wilt vectors, the ones in Canada. So we're looking for beetles that are attracted to the oak wilt fungus. They leave the fungus while it's still producing healthy spores. They visit fresh wounds on healthy oak trees. And if it's a primary vector, which is what I'm really interested in, they visit the fungus and the wounds frequently. So in 2018, I and a lot of people who volunteered, some people might be in this room or they might know people who volunteered to help with this project. Starting in 2018, we asked the question, which one of these beetles will be the primary vectors here in Canada? And what time of year is that risk going to be highest that oak wilt could be spread? So we started out by wounding reds and occasionally bur oaks in Ontario, Manitoba, and New Brunswick. Eventually, we shifted to wounding trees every week between April and August 15th. And we collected the beetles from new wounds that were less than 3 days old, wounds that were a week old, and wounds that were more than 2 weeks old. We also did other things like collect air temperature. We've trapped beetles in flight traps. We've now are assessing oak trees for bud break. And we are working with Michigan Technological University with Dr. Tara Ball as well to repeat that work in some of the locations that already have oak wilt. All right, so when we started this study, we knew there were 99 species of nittidoodles in Canada. So now, thanks to David's great ID skills, we know there's 104 species of nittidoodle beetles in Canada, and there may be more. We determined that there are 21 of these species visit oak wounds, but 2 species are responsible for 60% of the visits, and 5 species are responsible for 90% of the visits. So that's good news because that means that we have the potential that we can target our management to a few species instead of all 104. So if we look at the data set a little closer and we look at just beetles that are visiting new wounds that are less than 3 days old, we actually found that very few beetles and very, very few visits were made to those new wounds. Like in the data set, it looks like there's probably a significant preference that beetles are going to the older wounds than the newer wounds. That might make sense because since they like fungi, they might like those older wounds that are more contaminated with other types of fungi as well. And what we also found was that 3 species were making 80% of the visits to those new wounds. So those beetles are up here on the slide. Carpophilus A and Colopteris truncatus are the primary vectors of oak wilt in Wisconsin and Minnesota. And Epuria vara is kind of a interesting case because it's not reported in the oak wilt literature, but it's almost always our number 1 or number 2 species visiting oak wounds in Canada. So as I mentioned earlier, my lab, many partners throughout Canada have been collecting beetles from flight traps every week throughout the growing season. So we were able to couple this information with temperature data and historical weather data to model when these beetles are typically flying. So this is the model for Colopteris truncatus, this little guy here, for Manitoba, the 3 ecoregions of Ontario, and for New Brunswick. So if we just focus on the Manitoba line, flight typically starts for this species in the middle of April, and 90% of the flight for this species ends in the middle of July. If we have a really warm winter, which is becoming much more common, flight can actually start in more towards the middle of April for this species. And if it's a really cool summer that slows down beetle development, then late July. So for this species, one could recommend very easily to not wound your trees between the beginning of April and July 31st because the risk is really high this time of year. So let's add in the other species. So Carpophilus A is remarkably similar in its flight patterns as Colopteris truncatus. So most of its flight fits into that April 1st and July 31st time period. But Epuria vara, unfortunately, is not the same case. So it does have the potential to fly earlier than the other 2 species. And in the end here, you can see that it can be flying, like 90% of the flight doesn't end until the middle of September in some cases. So I'm a little more concerned about this than I am about the spring. And the reason we're not as concerned about the spring right now is that when we were out wounding trees for a number of years, we started to notice that beetle flight seems to start before the beetles actually start going to the wounds. And it seemed like beetles were going to the wounds at bud break or leaf out. So that's a project that we're working on right now. So here's the example. So this line is flight, and this line is beetles visiting wounds. You can see there's this lag period. So we're working with Dr. Tara Ball, Michigan Technological University, and her master's student. And we're collecting data in Sault Ste. Marie, and also York Conservation Area and the city of Ottawa have also been helping with this study. We are wounding the trees like we've been doing in the past, but we're also looking at the tree crowns and rating the tree crowns a 1 or a 2, that's before bud break, 3 or a 4 is bud break, and leaf out is a 5 or 6. And so this is just our first year of data. But in Sault Ste. Marie, the first time we found a beetle in a wound was the 12th of May. And that corresponds with a 3, which is bud break. And then the majority of the times that the beetles went to the wounds was after the 21st of May when the trees had leafed out. So we're going to repeat the study again to make sure that this is really a relationship that's happening. So this isn't just an example of how some of this information could feed into future management of oak wilt. And this is just for Northern Ontario. So in April, we know that beetle flight starts in late April, but at that time, the beetles don't seem to be visiting the wounds. So there's not a lot of risk then. May and June is when we find the most beetles in our flight traps. The beetles are extremely active. They're more active this time of year than they are any other time of the season. The beetles are also starting to visit the wounds after bud break date. And we also know that from the literature that the host trees are considered most susceptible to oak wilt infection during this time period because they're producing these really wide water conducting vessels that are more likely to be infected by the oak wilt fungus. Then we get into July through October, and we have fewer beetles flying at this time. And we see that across all nididulid species, but it's in particular, if you remember the Carpophilidae and the Caloptris truncatus, most of their flight is done by this time. And it's mostly Apura out of the three that's still flying. The beetles are still going to wounds at this time, so the risk is not over. And the host trees are producing more narrow vessels that are considered less susceptible. But there's been some research recently that suggests that less susceptible is just less susceptible. It doesn't mean not susceptible. Okay, so just to recap, the beetles visit wounds infrequently. So I think when you think about oak wilt, don't think about massive hordes of insects attacking an oak wound. Sometimes they come to wounds and sometimes they don't come to wounds. It's not a really strong relationship. Also, a few species could be responsible for most of the infections. We can't say for sure because we don't have enough oak wilt infected trees in Canada to really do that research to finish it up. And I don't think Nicole is going to let me start inoculating trees for oak wilt. So definitely the risk of oak wilt increases as the spring progresses. But the good news story is that looks like management can be tailored to a few species to optimize it. And I just put up here a few examples of the messages from the states have been dealing, like Simeon said, Michigan's been dealing with oak wilt for 70 years now. One is from Michigan DNR or Minnesota DNR, and they say don't prune your oak trees from April to July. There's an older message from the University of Minnesota that's only prune your oak trees in the winter. There's one from Ohio. I don't think it shows up very well here. So it's an oak wilt risk meter, and they have a low risk period at the beginning of the spring. Then they go to a greater risk period until July 15th. Then they go back to a low risk period until October 31st. And then they have a safest period for the winter. And then there's Texas, who have the live oaks, and their risk season is the whole way from February 1st to June 30th. All right, and just an ending slide to thank everyone who's helped with this project and all the funding. So. Any questions?
Was there any work on wound dressing to protect after a cut is made?
Okay, the question was if there's any work to address wound dressing and if that works to prevent infection. So we haven't done that work here, but that work has been done in the States. And the only time that they suggest painting wounds is during this high risk period. So better to prevent oak wilt than to have the tree die from root rot or some kind of rot.
How old does a wound have to be considered an old wound versus a new wound?
So 3 days and less is highly susceptible to oak wilt infection. 7 days and less, it could still be an oak wilt infection. After 7 days, the risk of infection goes down precipitously. How about you guys?
How long is the fungus viable once it's killed the tree? How long does it live for?
So the question is, how long is the fungus viable after it's killed a tree? So it definitely, so if it's a tree that's killed in the summer, it still can be producing spores the next spring. After that, I don't hear much about, more spores being produced. I think that part of the answer to that would be how quickly the wood dries out, because this fungus is like many others, like once you hit that 20% water contents level and go below that, then there's not going to be any sporulating.
My clarification, my understanding is then these beetles have been here for many years, naturally up here. What's new is the fungus, and it's an invasive fungus that spread. It's not the beetles are expanding the range. This is funguses here and not carried by the beetles.
You are correct. Yes, the beetles are native, and the fungus is the invasive species. And the three species that I was talking about that are like the most suspect, we already know that they're very widespread throughout Canada. We found them in Manitoba and New Brunswick and all throughout Ontario. Oh, one more.
Just out of curiosity, if the Americans have been dealing with this for, you said, about 70 years, it sounds like you're doing a lot of the research today that they should have done many years ago, or what's the relationship?
So yes, they had, but they started this research. So with the Nidadula beetles, what they've found is that different species are vectors in different regions, and that might have to do with, which species are most abundant in the environment. The Epuri species what I've seen in the literature is they tend to be a more northern species, so that might be why they haven't really shown up in the quill literature.
On whether the beetle is the primary vector or is it more fire?
Yeah, so the question is it the Nidadula beetles, like, are they the more important vector, is the moving of the firewood? So nobody's actually done a study to carry those. So like where the firewood comes in is that is long, like when we see long distance transport, that is usually due to firewood movement. Whereas Nidadula beetles, like they're moving a couple kilometers at the most. Sometimes they get caught in storms and they get blown around. But they're going to be more local type of transmission.
Okay, so up next we have Kennedy Corcola, who is a PhD candidate from the University of Toronto. She's an ecologist and wildlife researcher. She earned her degree in ecology and evolutionary biology from U of T, currently pursuing a PhD. Her research focuses on the impact of spruce budworm defoliation on wildfire behavior. She also has practical experience as an Ontario fire ranger. Hailing from Aurelia, Kennedy has a deep connection to the local forests. So welcome, Kennedy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kennedy. I'm from the University of Toronto, and today I'm going to be talking about the impacts of spruce budworm defoliation on wildfire behavior. So, as many of us know, and a lot of what we've talked about today, Ontario's landscapes are shaped by disturbance. We've evolved with disturbances. Our forests rely on them. Two of our main disturbances that we see in Ontario, or one of the main ones, is forest fires, right? Everyone has seen the news, 2023 fire season, pretty intense, right? We had all this extreme wildfire behavior that was occurring, and we hear a lot about that in terms of smoke impacts, as well as impacts on ecosystem services. So a lot of what's been focused on in the media, though, is how intense it was out in BC and in the Northwest Territories. maybe what's not focused on as much is that Ontario also had a pretty record fire season. So in Ontario this year, our area burned was over 400,000 hectares, whereas our 10-year average is 160,000 hectares. All right, so we've had a pretty substantial fire season. But like I said, our forests are evolved with fire. So a map of Ontario, this is showing our number of fires kind of summarized over the last 30 years. So most of our fires are occurring in the boreal forest. We have concentrations kind of in the western region and also in the eastern region. There's also forest fires in the south, but those are managed by municipal firefighters and not by the MNR. So wildfire behavior is mainly influenced by three things. We have weather, topography, and fuel. Fuel is what I'm going to be talking about today, because that ties into the second main forest disturbance that we see in Ontario, and that is the eastern spruce budworm, which we've also talked a little bit about today. So the range of the spruce budworm as well all across Ontario in our boreal forests, and this is showing defoliation all the way back from the 70s until recently, where we have in red recent defoliation in the last 10 years, kind of popping up in the northeast around North Bay and Timmins. So eastern spruce budworm, native defoliating insect that attacks balsam fir and spruce species. We have periodic outbreaks occurring every 30 to 35 years, and these can last up to 10 years, 5 to 10 years. Defoliation can lead to stand mortality within 4 years, but stand restructuring, or the changes that we see in that stand related to fuel and the buildup of fuel, can change up to 14 years after that outbreak has gone through that area. And then we can also just see here, the amount of defoliation that we have been seeing in Ontario has been steadily increasing in the last 4 years, right? So this is a really big problem right now, as we've talked about, for forest health. These are two very prominent disturbances on the landscape, and they're all across Ontario, right? We have very widespread extents for both of these disturbances. So, of course, we would expect at some point these disturbances are going to be interacting. So spruce budworm is going to kill these areas of balsam fir and spruce. And what I want to know is, how is that going to affect this? What's wildfire going to look like in these dead stands, right? We have all this standing dead trees. That's a lot of extra fuel in those forests available to burn. So what's more concerning about this is that fires and insect activity are both expected to increase because of climate change. However, what we found in research is that there's inconsistent findings on how insects are affecting wildfire behavior, or wildfires in general. So there's been research on eastern spruce budworm, jack pine budworm, western spruce budworm, all these different defoliating insects in our boreal forests, and how they might affect subsequent wildfire. But some studies have suggested that we might have increased wildfire. Some say decreased wildfire. Some say no effect at all. And often these studies are varying in what response of wildfire we're looking at, but also this effect is varying according to what region we're looking at. So east versus west, what season we're looking at, spring versus summer. And also there's this interesting aspect of defoliation where we see differences according to the time since defoliation. So how long has it been since that outbreak? And we see that that is one of those main interesting factors that might be affecting wildfire behavior. So these disturbance interactions, because they're so uncertain, we don't really know what the impacts are going to be. But we do believe they'll have drastic effects on forest health and also forest succession, forest productivity, as well as firefighter safety when we have to move through these stands. Dan was showing those visuals of blowdown. In some spruce budworm forests, if anyone here has walked through spruce stands even, those are pretty hard to maneuver through, right? They're very dense. There maybe is a lot of debris on the ground. These can be really dangerous stands for firefighters to be working in. And this isn't just a problem that we see in research. So this is the blueprint for wildland fire science in Canada. And this is a report done by the government outlining areas of research or where we need more knowledge in wildfire science. And there's two themes that I've kind of highlighted here. So theme 1 is understanding fire in a changing world. And so that's outlining research areas regarding novel fuel types due to insects like the eastern spruce budworm and climate change and how they might influence subsequent fire behavior. We also have theme 4, managing ecosystems. And so this one is talking about how more work needs to be done on disturbance interactions involving our fire regimes in order to better understand fire's role on the landscape and reduce fire risk overall. So my question is, how is spruce budworm altering fuels to affect wildfire behavior? So like we talked about, eastern spruce budworm, it's this native defoliating insect. It's important for our landscapes, right? This is a natural disturbance. Another important natural disturbance, wildfire, all right? The problem is when we get this interaction. How is eastern spruce budworm affecting wildfire behavior? Well, the mechanism would be through the alteration of fuels, but we don't have a lot of research that is talking about how those fuels are changing through time to affect that wildfire behavior. So I have these hypothetical curves kind of set up here, where we have the time since the defoliation on the bottom, and then we have like the probability of fire or fire behavior here. And we can see there's a bunch of different kind of theorized curves we might see. So is fire risk going to be highest right after this defoliation event, and it's going to drop down? Are we going to get it after a specific time lag, or are we going to steadily see an increase in wildfire risk following these defoliation events? So what I want to know is which one of these curves, or what is that relationship between spruce budworm and wildfire over time? So I'll bring it back to the fire behavior triangle and that focus on fuels, right? So trees killed by spruce budworm represent an increased fire hazard, all right? We have all this extra dead fuel. We have a bunch of extra surface fuel. We have standing dead trees. Usually when you see these kind of things, you're going to be like, yeah, that's going to burn. We've also seen, though, that this effect can vary between seasons with spring versus summer based on when we're going to have leaf out, right? So when we have lots of leaves, we have lots of moisture, probably reduced fire risk in those situations. We're going to see differences regionally. So Eastern Ontario versus Western Ontario. Western Ontario typically has like a drier climate, and we see a lot of bigger fires in that region because of that. In the east, we have, it's a little bit wetter, and we might have faster decomposition rates of those fuels. And then the main thing here, time since defoliation and the duration of defoliation, right? So how is the fuel changing after that defoliation event has gone through or that outbreak has occurred? So we already recognize that fires are affected by insect-related fuel changes. So the two images I have up here are taken from the fire behavior prediction system. So in this system, we have different fuels that we categorize in order to generalize how fire behavior might happen in these specific fuel types, all right? So what I put here is M3 and M4. So these two fuel types, the M represents mixed wood. So it's a mixed wood stand with balsam fir, and M3 and M4 just refer to whether it's leafless or leaf on, all right? So right now, in that FBP system, fire behavior prediction system, we represent spruce budworm killed forests as these M3 and M4 fuel types. Problem with this is that these categories are not capturing how these fuels are changing through time. These are a static category saying, yes, defoliation has happened. This is the fire behavior we're going to see. But if you remember, I showed you this curve. It's hypothesized that fuels are changing through time with decomposition and with fuels dying and falling over and the stand changing. So years since defoliation, fire risk, and then fuel load as well, because that's going to be what's directly related to fire risk. And there's this image here from Stock's paper in 1987. And this is another kind of theorized curve around fire potential in a spruce budworm killed stand. So down here, we have years since mortality. So years since a mortality event from spruce budworm. Up here, we have fire potential on the y-axis. So what we see is that spring fires are hypothesized to have this greater fire potential. All right, and that's because we don't have leaf out yet. We have more of just that fuel sitting around. We have less humidity in these stands. Crown breakage is expected to increase dramatically at this specific time lag around 3 years, maybe we start to see this increase in crown breakage from this defoliation event. And then summer fires, we get that increase around 5 years. And that's usually due to an increase in the surface fuel buildup because those crowns are breaking off and they're going to contribute to a larger amount of fuel on the surface of the forest floor. And with that increase in surface fuel, it can offset the effects of understory vegetation. So this time period here has been called the window of opportunity. This is when we expect fire risk to be greatest in these spruce budworm stands. All right, so we have a lower fire risk in 0 to 3 years, maybe a high fire risk in 3 to 9 years, and then we go back down to a bit of a lower fire risk in greater than 9 years. And when I say lower and higher, I just mean relative to what we might expect in these spruce budworm stands. So, or relative to a mixed wood stand. So when I say lower, I mean like historical average in these kind of stands. What would you expect fire behavior to look like in a mixed wood stand? Versus high fire risk is higher than what we would see in a mixed wood stand. So what we did was we went out and did a bunch of fuel sampling. Field work is a good time, in spruce stands especially. So we went to Timmins and North Bay, where we've seen outbreaks currently happening. This map is showing defoliation from 2020. We went in 2021 to Timmins and we went to North Bay as well and established plots in order to do stand measurements, but also do LiDAR measurements. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those LiDAR measurements a bit later. And then this past summer, we went to Dolbeau-Mistassini in Quebec because Quebec has a longer history with this outbreak, and we can use that information to help inform the outbreak that might be happening now here in Ontario. And we'll be going back to Timmins and North Bay in the following year in order to start building a time series analysis. So through time, how are these fuels and stands changing? So these are some photos that I've taken from the field. And what we can see in the 0 to 3 year mark, a lot of raspberry bushes, a lot of understory coming through there, a lot of herbaceous understory, right? We maybe have an opening up of the crowns a little bit. We have some mortality, but we see a lot of this understory vegetation. In this 3 to 9 year range, this is, if you remember from that graph, this is when we're seeing that higher fire risk, right? We can see there's more fuel buildup starting on the ground. The trees, the crowns have started breaking off. We have some standing dead trees, but for the most part, we have a lot of this surface fuel down here. And then after 9 years, we start to get stand regeneration again. And, you know, the surface fuels start to decompose. We get a lot of rotting dead wood. We're going to have increased moisture in these areas. So these are just what we've seen in pictures. What we'd like to know is, can we actually quantify this? Okay, I have some cool pictures to show you guys as well here. What I'm going to show you now is a couple of 360 photographs we've gotten from our scanner, just so you can see what it's like to be in some of these stands. So this stand here is from one of our Timmins sites, and this one corresponds to that 0 to 3 years kind of lower fire risk. So we'll move around the stand a little. We can see on the ground, you know, we got a lot of herbaceous understory going on, not a lot of surface fuel load. These are some of our targets that our scanner is capturing. And we can look up. Maybe we have some light defoliation. It's kind of hard to see in this image. Maybe some of the crowns are missing from these trees. Some standing dead trees, but for the most part, when we look around, there's no extra fuel load really. Nothing looks too concerning yet, right? I'll try to show you the other ones now. Great. Next one. It's North Bay 20. All right, you can already see there are some changes. So this is one of our sites in North Bay, and this one corresponds to that 3 to 9 year higher fire risk window that we've hypothesized. So when we look around already, there's a bunch of fuel loading on the ground. A lot of broken treetops. Looks like, you know, that would make a pretty good bonfire. We look up, you know, we still have some of the crowns of trees intact, but we also have some of this standing dead fuel. We're missing the crowns of a bunch of these trees, but there is still crowns available. And that's important to note because when we have all this extra surface fuel, we can have greater flame lengths, and also that can help transition what might be just a low, slow-moving surface fire up into a really high-intensity crown fire. All right, so when we have all this extra fuel in the bottom on the surface, we can also get that easier transition. And we need to have crowns intact in the canopy, right? If we want to have high-intensity crown fires, right? So once these canopies start to diminish, that's when we might get a lower fire risk. And I'll show you that picture next. That's 2012. And I'm sorry, these were embedded in my PowerPoint, but this is like new cool technology that we're trying out. All right, so this site is corresponding to that greater than 9 years, all right? Lower fire risk, or like normal, maybe fire risk. So we can look around, maybe some of the fuels are decomposing. You know, the stand has opened up considerably. Look at all that open space. A lot of those dead trees would have fallen down already. So we still have a lot of that surface fuel, but we also have a lot more understory proliferation. The other thing, lower fire risk maybe because we don't have those standing dead trees anymore, and we don't have any ability for an active crown fire. That was nice. All right. So we saw this variability in these spruce budworm defoliated stands through these pictures. What does that mean for wildfires, and how are we going to measure that? How can we quantify that fuel change? So we're coming back to it. One of the things that we did was LiDAR, terrestrial laser scanning. So what we did was we went out into these sites and we used a BLK 360 terrestrial laser scanner. So what this is doing is it is creating a 3D representation of the forest through a point cloud, all right? We're not going to get too much into the technical stuff. I'm happy to talk about this later, but essentially we're creating a point cloud or a 3D representation of that forest through this TLS system. And what we get from that is this kind of really cool image. So this is what one of the exports we might have gotten from that scanner. So I have it color coded according to height. The stems are all in green and the tree canopies are all in red. All right, and this is made up of like tens of millions of points, okay, to create this 3D structure. And what we take this and we do with this is we're able to derive metrics of that stand. So we can kind of count the number of points that are occurring at each height, and we can use that to kind of create a graphical representation of what that fuel structure looks like. And I'll show you that after, but again, we're not going to get too much into that. So essentially, we can derive metrics such as how tall is the canopy, what is the gap between the canopy and the surface fuel, how tall is the understory surface fuel, right? So another way to see it, if these are our points, this is for an individual tree, but what we're doing is at a stand level, so it's a little bit noisier. But what we would get is this individual tree and, you know, a greater surface area up here in the crowns. So the laser is going to have more points that it can hit. We're going to have a higher point density or a higher point count. So up here, this high point count corresponds to this crown of a tree. And then we have this little dip down here as well. And so we can get these height curves, right? So what we're expecting to see in these spruce budworm stands is a curve that shifts downwards to here because we see that surface fuel accumulation, right? In that high risk 3 to 9 year window, right? So the crowns are breaking off, so we get less fuel in the canopy, and we get all of that extra fuel down here at the bottom. So I only have some preliminary results that I can show you guys, but this is one of our sites that corresponds to the 3 to 9 year high fire window. And what we see is the highest point count is in the 0 to 10 meter range. All right. So most of that, oh, sorry. Most of our fuel is in this 0 to 10 meter range, and we don't really have as much up at the top. All right. The crowns have broken off and we have a lot more understory. And while I haven't filtered this completely, this can also be through just understory herbaceous vegetation affecting the scans as well. But that is still showing that we're getting a lot of understory regeneration. And so we want to use these measurements from the scanner in collaboration with the manual fuel measurements we've taken. So this is showing tree health or tree state at our North Bay sites that we sampled in 2022. So we have our control, and then we have our 2012-2014, which corresponds to that greater than 9 years. And then we have the 3 to 9 year is the 2020 site. We do have the under 3 years, but I just haven't shown it on here yet. So already we can see the control site has a lot more standing trees. As defoliation has occurred, as we go back in time to that greater than 9 years, lower fire risk, we have less standing trees. All right, so less trees because they've fallen over, right? Presumably. In that 3 to 9 year window, high fire risk, we have more standing trees because, you know, we think that there's probably going to be a crown fire through these areas. It's before they've all fallen over. But we also have a lot of this other. So green is alive, and the other colors on here are an other state. So red, gray, or there's like no needles left, no branching. So in this 2020 category, we have the most standing dead trees. And then just to show you as well, tree regeneration in our control is pretty high, but also in our 2012 site. So in that greater than 9 years, we've started to see a lot of tree regeneration already happening, and we have it in all of our size categories. All right, we won't go too much into detail with that, but in 2020, if that corresponds to the 3 to 9 year high fire risk window, we see a lot less regeneration. It hasn't started happening yet. And there's still a lot of that fuel buildup, which I haven't shown that graph yet, but anyways, we're working on that. So some of the take homes from this, the interaction between spruce budworm defoliation and wildfires is not fully understood, and we lack knowledge on the consequences of these interactions. So spruce budworm altered fuels are not properly represented in our current fire management system. Remember, I talked about M3 and M4. Those are static categories, and it's not showing that variability that we saw through the scanner or through the photos or through our manual measurements. So this work is important for improving our understanding of these altered fuels, as well as allowing us to better mitigate and plan for these inevitable disturbance interactions so that human activity and disturbances can continue to simultaneously on the landscape. And just make some acknowledgements. Thanks to the members of the James Lab, my field teams, the OMNRF and NRCan for the data, as well as Leo Jordan and Paul Piasek at U of T for helping with data collection and analysis, as well as some of our collaborators at the CFS in Quebec. Thank you.
We'll do questions at the discussion.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you, Kennedy. We will allow some questions during the discussion panel, but we're just going to continue moving along right now. So next up, we have Mark McDermott, who's a seed and stock specialist from Forest, Ontario. Mark has a Bachelor of Science in Forestry from Lakehead University. He began his career as a propagation forester for Somerville Nurseries and has been with Forest, Ontario for 9 years. Mark's work is focused on tree seed supply chain and stock production to fulfill the needs of Forest, Ontario's 50 million tree program. He also manages the seed diversity program through partnerships with municipalities and nurseries. So please help me welcome Mark to the stage.
All right, great, thanks. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. As mentioned, I'm a seed and stock specialist with Forest, Ontario. It's nice to see so many partners here today. So I'll just getting into our description of who we are. I'll keep it fairly brief. So Forest Ontario, we're a not-for-profit organization. Three main facets of our organization are education. So we work with youth and provide educational materials for elementary schools. We also have the Envirothon, which is a high school-based competition. Community engagement, we do quite a few community tree plants, work with Indigenous groups for a few different tree plantings. We have the Take Root program, which is we work with different municipalities to get organized, getting stock and handing trees out to local residents to plant. And of course, we have our restoration programs, our 50 million tree program, as well as the grasslands program. So our claim to fame is the 50 million tree program. So that was started in 2007. And since that time, we planted over 40 million trees. This is last year's map. But you can kind of see the breakdown of the main focus of our planting is Southern Ontario. We have expanded up into Northern Ontario over the last 3 or 4 years. But as you can see, the bulk of what we plant is here. We plant about 2.5 to 3 million trees a year. Work with about 60 different partners, from planning agencies like conservation authorities or private contractors, to nursery groups, to private contractors. And obviously we work with a great group of individuals that work with landowners that get the trees planted. So it's kind of a full service thing. We start right from seed to hopefully end up with helping people with management. But we work with, we have a seed bank that we manage as well. We work with seed collectors every year to target specific numbers of trees or seed, sorry. The seed is then sent to our processing plants. We have one, we work with Ferguson Tree Nursery in the east and Somerville Nurseries in central Ontario to get seeds extracted. Those seeds are then available to our planting partners to grow for the program. Once the trees kind of hit their target size, conifers usually about 3 to 4 years for that. And then deciduous species are usually 2 to 3 years. With our program, about 85% or so is conifer based, and then 15% is a mix of hardwoods. Once the trees are to size, then the planting partners plant these on properties that they have either done outreach themselves or there have been referrals from our organization. After the trees are planted, that's done in the spring. There's assessments done in year 2 and year 5 just to see what the survival is. If it's below 6%, there can be additional funds for planting to refill. And then we also want to make sure that, these are trees that are going to be on the landscape for long term. So the landowners work with obviously the planting partners that have that relationship, but we've also created a guide that we will share with landowners and our partners to try to give them some advice as to kind of long-term sustainability and management of the plantations. So seed zones, most people know that. So Ontario was broken into 38 seed zones. That was done in the late 90s. And that was to group similar climatic areas together. And the main focus was on commercial tree species at that time. As you can see, it tends to follow fairly straight lines. So it's following road allowances and municipalities. So it's was more or less to make it easier to be able to set these boundaries for collection purposes and tracking. We also work in eco districts, so we get a little bit more specific, and I'll give you an idea of why we do that moving forward. But with these particular divisions or eco districts that we work in, it's landscape and topography and climate trends along with climate information and species and ecosystems within those different areas. So you can see there's quite a few more, and the next picture here actually shows an overlay of seed zones to eco districts. So you can see within a seed zone, there can be multiple eco districts. When we collect, I still work in seed zones. So when I set a target out to a collector, I would ask them to collect so many hectoliters in a certain seed zone. But when we receive that information, we actually ask for the closest community, and we'll, in our seed database and our chain of custody, we actually keep track of what ecoregion that is. So when we're looking at kind of moving seed, which I'll get into in a little bit, we just have that level of detail. Seed procurement, with the kind of the original approach, and definitely done for decades when the ministry was planting trees, it was very much collect seed locally, have those trees growing, and then those trees would go back in those same areas. So they'd have adaptive properties, and when they would do very well in those conditions. With the changing environment and climate, there's been different approaches. And in 2020, the MNRF actually adopted the seed transfer policy, where they were looking at anything that's planted on Crown land or any project that's funded provincially would have to follow that this policy. So the seed transfer policy is taking seed from areas where the anticipated climate is going to change to. So usually that's moving southern seed more north. So it's already adapted to those conditions with the modeling that the climate modeling that we see. So our funding, it was no longer provincial, it was federal, but we definitely just seeing in the last few years, there seems to be a significant change in climate and weather events. And we wanted to kind of get a sense of what that looked like for our tree planting program. So we could offer that to our planning partners so they could have some information to work with to make some decisions regarding the initial plant or how to manage some of these areas, as well to give me some direction as where we should be collecting seed, putting our efforts into species or seed zones. So in 2020, we contacted the FGCA to do a report for us. We wanted to kind of a broad brush report where we could say, okay, this is what's happening. This is what we foresee the changes are going to be. So in 2021, we got the report. So we did 6 different eco districts in the province. So we wanted to get a distribution of different property or different areas within the province. So we did up in 4S4, which is in Dryden, 5E4, which is in kind of Sault Ste. Marie and Sudbury area, 6E11, which is Smith Falls, Oak Ridges Moraine is 6E7, Mount Forest area is 6E5, and then down here, St. Thomas, London area is 7E2. So the analysis was done on each one of these. That still takes in probably about 1 million trees that we plant annually. So it's a good representation of the areas that we do plant. And just what we wanted to find. So we chose different emission scenarios. So we looked at 4.5 and 8.5. So it's kind of the trajectory of where the emissions are going. And I think we're on track, correct me if I'm wrong, at the 8.5 now. So we are on track for the 8.5. And then the time periods, we'd be looking at kind of previous time periods, current, and then the 2011 to 2040. So a 30-year period there, and then 41 to 70. So another 30-year period. So give us an idea of what we anticipate to be happening with those. We also want to look at site conditions, what to expect with precipitation and what that might do for drought or planting conditions. Species range as well. Are we going to be, are some species going to be less adaptable to some of these conditions? Or in the other way around, maybe some species will start to migrate north, or maybe there'll be greater expansion. So we kind of wanted to get a sense of that. And then seed transfers. So just to help me organize collecting and where to collect seed. This is a kind of example on this side here. Again, for Sudbury area, looking at 4.5 RCP in the 41 to 70. So it's saying for the Sudbury area, this area here would be probably the best for collection. So kind of Wisconsin, southeastern Wisconsin. And then what we wanted to look at. So the things we want to look at, growing season length, mean annual temperature, annual mean precipitation, the climate. Sorry, I have to look at this. I don't do this as often as Megan does. The moisture index. So that is kind of what is available to the tree when you look at precipitation and evaporation, what is available to the tree. Total precipitation in the first 6 weeks, which is important for tree establishment, as well as just getting on the site to plant. And then the total precipitation through the growing season. So during the active growing of the tree, kind of what that looks like. And as well, the mean temperature of the warmest quarter. So I'm just going to run through, I won't run through each eco district, but I just kind of want to give you an idea. So I focus on the Sudbury location. So you can see there's definitely a trend. You look at historical numbers to current, not a big change. But once you start going into the next 30 and 60-year period, you get quite an increase in overall average temperature. That CMI I was talking about, the climate moisture index. So this number is going down, which means less available moisture to a close canopy vegetation. Growing season length is going to increase as the conditions warm, and then the min or the coldest temperature of the month. So this is actually going down. Sorry, these are fairly small to look at, but it's basically each one of those matrix that I discussed earlier. It's just looking at each one of those at can't see that. That's at the 4.5 and that's at the 8.5 RCP levels. So mean annual temperature, you can see the temperature is going up over time, and same with that. It's going up to 12.2. So you're looking at about close to a 5 to 6 degree change potentially from current conditions to 60 years down the road. And you can see annual mean precipitation is actually going up, what we're seeing. But when you look at the CMI, what's available to the tree, it's actually going down. So the increase in temperature and the increase in moisture, we have increase in evaporation as well. So that moisture is going into the atmosphere as opposed to being available to the tree. And then we look at growing season length. So the first 6 weeks, again, the moisture is going up. And this is significant, maybe not in the Sudbury area, but when you start getting into the southern Ontario with the clay belt area, if the conditions are going to be more moist in the spring, it's actually harder to get on the site to do the tree planting, along with obviously the moisture being available for the tree, but it's actually how you're able to physically plant the trees. So it's important. You can look at it a couple different ways, and it's quite relevant. Growing season length is going to be increasing, and the mean temperature of the warmest quarter is obviously going up with the increased temperature as well. So from that information, so this is, we gave them a list of all the tree species that we plant. Anything that has an orange in these little dots here, those are currently species that are being planted in that eco district. And then these are ones that we kind of put into the report just to show kind of how they would look if we were planting those species. So this is probably the most I want to be sitting down when I'm looking at a report kind of pictures. I think a picture says 1,000 words with this. So it's kind of showing how trees are going to respond to the future climate change. And you can't really see it, but this is actually shaded area. So this gives the different levels of emissions. And these here are by species. So that's kind of where currently kind of the core distribution of the species is now. But these little whiskers they're still in range. They're still growing in those areas, but not, this is kind of the core of where those species grow. So you can see here, so this is the current weather right there. So even, some of these species, even with white spruce and black spruce, are already kind of getting out of that range. And I think the initial thought with this is like, wow, like we need to stop planting spruce, white spruce and black spruce. But as I get into here, and I think this is where it's important, this information that, we need to present it to our partners and have them give them an opportunity to kind of review it and have discussions about it, because it's not just about that. I think it's very much about obviously right tree in the right site. You might want to make sure that you're planting the trees in the correct locations, and as well, kind of where you're sourcing the seed from can make a big difference as well. So collecting from healthy stands, doing some seed transfer as well. But it also gives an idea of what is a possibility as well. So when we look at, so this is the hardwood component of it. So if you look at hardwood species, not a lot of hardwoods are planted in by our northern partners. If there's anything, it's maybe a little bit of red oak that's being planted. But I think there's a lot more opportunity, and especially in kind of the northern parts of the province, to start incorporating a few more hardwoods if the site conditions are appropriate. So you can see that's red oak there, what we plant now. So it's well within kind of the range now, as well as the anticipated range moving forward. And I think there's a lot of opportunity here for some hardwood species to kind of be started to mix and get that diversity into those areas, as long as it's applicable, as long as landowners want to do that, as long as the trees are protected or can be protected from predation from deer or browsings and such like that. And then, of course, there's this is the seed transfer work here. So it's just a comparison. So this is again for Sudbury area where I would collect now. So kind of local seed, obviously, in that area, or over towards Petawawa, over in that area, and as well kind of Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin. So if you're looking at kind of current conditions or up to 2000, that would be the case. If you're looking at kind of the effects of emissions and climate change, this is the one I showed earlier. So you'll be definitely sourcing your seed from other areas, either the US or in southern Ontario. So this is where the eco districts become significant. Keeping track of that level of detail with the collections, you can make some of those, you can actually keep that seed specifically to move up into some of these areas. So it was important to track that information. And some take-home messages. So unfortunately, there wasn't any broad brush approach to a changing environment. I didn't show you any of the other eco districts, but they all vary depending on where they're located. We definitely feel that the report was excellent in the sense that it gave a lot of information. Well, we didn't feel it was maybe as easily accessible to our partners, or to extrapolate the information that people need to get. So we're doing actually a stage 2 of this climate change report, and it's going to be on a Tableau format, so it'll be easier to filter out specific things. It'll be available to all of our planning partners on our tools website, so on our main website, so they'll be able to have that option, go into their eco districts in their seed zones and actually be able to look at this information. And they need to take time to kind of evaluate the information, to assess it. We hope to develop some guidelines for the groups as well. And once they have time to kind of sit down and get through, the shock of it, I guess, then we will have meetings between them, and we'll definitely have like FGCA part of those discussions to answer questions and give them some guidance as to what they should be doing. But it's a long game. There's going to be people's level of comfort is going to be different. Some people will be comfortable doing a seed transfer or moving different seed from the south north and at higher percentages. And some of those decisions have to be made by PDA. And I think it's important that this information is like once the trees are planted, it's important to track this information as well. And we're fortunate that our partners are putting this information into our database, and we can track that information. Part of the seed transfer policy is that they allow seed mixes, so you can take some local seed and some southern seed and do that mix. The problem we feel with that is that it's very difficult to track that success down the road. So I think when people kind of initially set up some of these trials and these just different approaches, it's good that kind of to be very specific about that, so monitoring can happen and assessments can be made. So it's good.
Call everybody who presented today up to the front. That would be fantastic.
So a question for, I guess it's, Charles Williams regarding the crown dieback.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering how it is that you're measuring crown dieback? What was your guide to determine your crown dieback? What was it in percentage?
Yeah. So the question is, how are you measuring your crown dieback? And we'll start there and then we'll ask the next one just to, so it's easier in here. Okay. Go like that.
Really hard on the back of the neck, but we have standardized templates that oh, sorry. So we have, it's visual, which is pros and cons. I also do take photographs of the plots, but that's only been in the last few years, you know, with the, so that you can actually go in later, and it's also has its problems because the understory interferes. So the visual assessment, we measure the percent of the whole plot, and well, I've also added that to measuring the whole plot crown establishment, but we do it on each tree, and we have templates which help you determine you know what percent it is what, and also you have to round it off because it's impossible for your eyes to see it down to, you know, so we tend to do 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 20, and so on. And then at the other end, it's easier to spot 90 to 95 and 100%. And so we also work in Cruise of 2, which we did some analysis that, well, early on, by someone else, that it helped, you know, make sure it was more consistent as well. So.
Did that answer all of your questions or?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Hi, first of all, thanks for the presentation. This is like very great presentation. It's very informative. I'm just wondering, how do all the governments and agencies and organizations collaborate on an event of find invasive insects coming into Canada and gonna hurt our peas and also like the wood supply. So how do all those different levels of organizations and the agencies, government collaborate on this?
Perfect. So the question is, how do all of the government agencies and all of the different partners collaborate when there's a new invasive detected?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I volunteered to step up and answer because it's usually CFIA that's on the front line. When David was doing his presentation about hemlock woolly adelgid, one of the key pieces that he noted is when there's a suspect, tell CFIA right away, we are the first ones on site, and CFIA is the group that needs to verify presence of this new invasive pest for any further action. And luckily, if you've seen it from this conference, from previous conferences, all the organizations know each other quite well. Many of them, like Taylor and Dan, have been working together since the 80s. And so we have a lot of really great working relationships. During the introduction of a new invasive pest or one that we've been preparing for, like oak wilt, like spotted lanternfly, CFIA makes the call and groups together partners. For many of the ones that I have experienced in my short time, we have already had either working groups or technical advisory committees or task forces made up of these multi-government and other partners that have been preparing for this introduction. So when we do have that confirmed detection, we just bring all those groups back together again. I don't want to take up too much of the time, but it's a really great working relationship as we all have different roles that we can play and different expertise that we can add to either the continued surveillance to determine how widespread it is, or the management, or even outreach and education as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicole. Yes.
Question for Dan Rollinson. Always love your state of the forest analysis for the province of Ontario. Wondering if you could expand that in the future. Talk a little bit more about things like invasive species, how they're affecting our forest. Thinking of dog strangling vine, and perhaps buckthorn is a more significant one, and maybe including a bit more on fires, we get a more comprehensive state of the forest.
So the question's for Dan Rollinson, and he's wondering if in the future, with the presentation that he delivers yearly, if it could be expanded to include other types of invasive species, including plants and other disturbances like fire.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think it probably is better directed to the organizing committee of the pest review, because our role as a monitoring program is I always sort of put it together, describe it as we make the snowballs, hand them off for someone else to throw. And we go up and find our next pest or our next event on the landscape. I think the dog strangling vine thing is a really good example of something that we've heard of at the pest review in the past. There's specific folks that work on those invasives, and having sort of a variety in our agenda, I think, is a great opportunity as well. And we've heard some really good stuff on fire today, and how the impacts of spruce budworm.
And I should say, we've been monitoring invasive species since 2000. Oh, okay. In Ontario Forest Fire Monitoring Network, we've been monitoring the presence of invasive species since 2005. However, that in itself takes quite a bit of work to do it properly, like with the quadrats and transects, and ours is a bit crude because its presence when inside the plot, and when we go to the plot and along the edges and things like that. So
thank you. Yep.
That's a question for Mark. You talked about species composition, 85, 50, something like that, which part of the person. Do you see that proportion changing, or do you see it just being supplemented with southern seed source moving north?
This is a question for Mark. And do you see the composition percentages changing?
It's a little bit area specific. That was just in general with the 2.5 million trees we grow, that's the percentage. But definitely in kind of the Carolinian area, Southern Ontario, it's a much higher percentage of hardwood mixes in there. But kind of eastern to central Ontario, that's usually about the percentage is about 15% hardwoods. I think it's obviously what the landowner is looking for, but there's an associated cost usually with hardwoods as well. With protecting them from wildlife is the biggest challenge. In some cases, getting them established. So quite often that 15% is like a seed source for succession as kind of the plantation changes. I can see there's already been some increase in requests for hardwoods, even in Eastern Ontario, some migration of hardwoods and different kinds of species. So I can see that will be increasing, but also seed availability is going to be an issue for hardwood species. I'm sure you talk to any nursery here, it's a struggle every year to get the seed they need to plant, right? So that's going to be part of it as well. That number is going to fluctuate depending on kind of what seed is available.
Yes.
Yes, also for Mark, why isn't the survival data available by species at the 5-year mark?
Why isn't the survival data available for each species at the 5-year mark?
So currently the survival assessments, you're right. It's on like if it's 80% and it's indicated as 80%, but there is an area there where they can actually indicate if there's an issue with a specific species. So if is maybe related to a hardwood species that was totally wiped out, or a specific conifer, that can be indicated. It'd be very difficult, I think, with some of our partners, how they do their mixes, like especially in Southern Ontario, they might get into 8 species per site. And on one property, there can be a couple different sites. So there might be 12 to, at least 12 different species. So that might be within a row, it might be difficult for them because they're usually kind of scattered throughout. I think it'd be very difficult for them to do that assessment. I think if they can make some notes as to what isn't working, then obviously we would encourage them not to maybe put those same trees back. But and for what we pay, I think to make it, if they had to do it by species, it would be more time consuming as well. And some of the partners would maybe struggle with maybe capturing that level of detail. Did I answer your question?
Yep.
Yeah.
A question again, Mark. I'm Mark as well. Just thinking, kind of been bugging me for a few years, but is there any way way that Forest Ontario could share some of the planting locations and areas of planting with the counties that are managing woodland protection bylaws, conservation bylaws, is we'd like to get that information into our GIS database where we can actually afford some protection under our woodland bylaws. We've never had that sort of local cooperation, unfortunately, with the planting partners, but I mean, hopefully maybe Forest, it's great to see all those dots on the map. But unless we get it into our woodlands inventory, I mean, we don't see it showing up on air photos until it's at least 10 years old. So there's a 10-year window for that to be removed again. And land changes so quickly at the county level. You can have a really well-meaning landowner plant a few acres, you know, sells the property, or the parents die and it's transferred to the, you know, to the youngsters and they sell it on, and Farmer Bob's cleared it in our party, you know. So it has no protection. So it's great that you're planting 40 million, 50 million trees, but unless we afforded some kind of long-term protection on the woodlands conservation bylaws, it might not be that long-lived. Is there any way you can share that information?
So the question is there any way that Forest Ontario could share the information about where they're planting trees with counties and municipalities so that they can afford them woodlands bylaws protections?
I don't exactly know the answer to that, but the agreement is between the planning partner and the landowner themselves. So I think there's definitely, you have to watch kind of sharing of information, some privacy issues with that. We can show you the dots, you know, it doesn't get really specific as to where you can see what's planted, but we hope, again, just the whole management practice that, you know, probably many of these people are doing a managed forest tax incentive program. So they do have a management plan in place, hopefully, in most of these cases, at least if they're large enough, as well as a landowner guide that we're providing of how, you know, proper maintenance and such of those plantations as well. I don't know. I don't know the answer about sharing the information. I guess that's something that we can have further discussion about, but I think there'd definitely be some privacy, and there had to be probably some sign off from the landowners to release that, allow that information to be available, I think.
Yes.
You mentioned pheromone trapping. You only, I'm not sure if it's only being pheromones you're using, but only males.
So the question is about pheromone trapping and why it's only males that you're trapping.
I'll try and keep my answer censored. So the pheromone that's emitted by the female moth is what attracts the male. So there's no pheromone that attracts the female moth. So we bait it with a female pheromone, and that's why we attract the male moths. Similar to the spongy moth traps that the CFIA uses, it's the same. You know, when you catch a moth, it's a male moth.
So if you were to be able to speak like the results, or if you could correlate knowing how many males there are.
Capturing the males gives you an indication of the increasing or decreasing population, and that's really all we use that data for. You probably wouldn't catch a female moth; it would be an accidental in those pheromone traps.
Okay, we're gonna take one more question and then we're gonna wrap it up for the day.
I had a comment on fires in regards to how much our fire suppression history has influenced the current situation with your fire.
Okay, so the question is actually asking for a comment on fires and whether the fire suppression history is affecting the level of fire activity we're seeing today.
Keeping it easy. I'll try to be brief. This is a complex topic. There's a lot of research that was done in the United States and Western Canada that found that fire suppression led to a change in fuel types, which led to a change in fire regime. This was ecosystems that were predominantly maintained by low intensity, frequent surface fires, montane areas, you know, wide open grasslands with some trees here and there. You stop having those frequent fires and all of a sudden the conifers start to crowd in, and you shift from a frequent surface fire regime to a infrequent or slightly less frequent high intensity crown fire. fire suppression and fire prevention, banning people from doing burning, really dramatically changed that ecosystem and that fire regime. In Ontario, and especially in the boreal forest, which has been dominated by high intensity crown fires over time, there is less concrete evidence to suggest whether fire suppression has led to a fuel buildup and more intense fires. Not to say that it hasn't, just that it's not as clear cut and that there has been some contradictory evidence on either side. I think it's fair to say that human activity since, post-colonial human activity, harvesting, forest management, we've dramatically changed the landscape, and we're creating and causing fires in a different way and preventing fires that used to exist. So things have changed a lot. It's difficult to pinpoint and say whether fire suppression in Ontario has led to more or worse fires. I just don't think the evidence is there to concretely say that.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our speakers today. If you have any other questions for them that weren't addressed during their initial question periods or this discussion period that we held, if they put their contact information up, contact them directly, speak to them after we're done here today, or reach out to any of the organizers and we will happily put you in touch with the speakers so that you can have further discussion with them and answer your questions. So thank you all for coming. And just before we get our official concluding remarks from Taylor Scar, I just want to thank all of you for coming here today. Please drive safely to wherever you are headed after this. Thank you to Best Western for the delicious lunch and for letting everybody take home the leftovers. I see some people are already digging into the leftovers, so please help yourself when we're done. And then I just wanted to do a very special thank you to the my co-planning committee members. So Alicia, David, and Amber. I don't know where Amber is in this room right now. But from each of the organizations, the Invasive Species Center, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Forest Ontario, and then our broader overarching committee who helped to bring this together this year. It was so special for me, seeing as though I've only been a part of this virtually since I started, to be able to actually see this come to fruition and come back to being an in-person event. Hopefully we can continue to grow and deliver this in the years to come. So without further ado, please welcome Taylor Scar back up to say our official concluding remarks today.
Thanks, Victoria, and thanks for hosting this event, doing all the organizing and helping out with all this work. I'll be brief. Today's our first time back in person, and it's great to see everybody. We had some excellent presentations from Dan Rollinson. We got sort of the pulse of what's going on in the forest and the importance of monitoring and how it connects to policy and practices and actual management programs. From Nicole, we saw that first line of defense of how to keep invasive species out and what to do once you get them. Michelle was the importance of long-term monitoring and long-term commitment to that kind of stuff and how it feeds into things like international agreements on acid rain, pollution management. It's always important to have that aspect. We saw from Michigan DNR, from Simeon's presentation, on the importance of knowing what's going on in other jurisdictions and sharing of those experiences. And as he said, you've been dealing with something for 70 years, but then as we saw from Sharon's presentation, we have lots to do when we get these pests here, because we have to develop our own our own regional response and answer the questions that affect us. We had the keynote speaker, Dan Johnson, on the fire, which I thought was an excellent presentation. And I really liked the comment about, it was like the Fast and Furious, fires coming fast and furious. There's lots of sequels to that are about to come. And great connections there between integrated pest management, integrated fire management, that fire management is forest management, and forest health is also forest management, and there's great connections there. And I mentioned Sharon's work on oak wilt and that was, and Nina Dulitz and the importance of seeing what's going on here in Canada. Kennedy's presentation was really interesting to see the progression of that research and how that's coming along, and how defoliation leads to mortality, mortality leads to fire risk, but that fire risk is not consistent over time. And every time we get one of these fire flaps, we get the question, well, how fast can you salvage the wood, and what's the fire risk? We get that question every time. So it's great to see that kind of research that helps inform that question. And then finally from Mark, we got the challenge that you face when you have to deal with collecting seed, planting seed and growing a forest in the near future for something that's going to change in the long term and trying to keep a valuable forest under a changing climate. So I was thinking about the comment that Dan Johnston made about, he said, oh, this presentation is a bit of a downer talking about all the fire stuff. And in Forest Health, we sort of had the same challenge that these meetings like, well, these are a lot of things that we're dealing with that are problems. But you people in the room are the ones dealing with this. And I remember a couple of years ago when we had the presentation from Bob McDonald, the host of Quirks and Quarks from CBC, and he brought a globe of the earth, and he said, after he saw the presentations made that day, he said, the work you people do is really important because this globe we have is our only place to live. There's people looking to try and figure out how to set up a colony in Mars and all that kind of stuff and going to the moon, but this is the only planet we got that's habitable. So the work you're doing is really important. So I'll repeat his words and say, keep doing what you're doing, go forth and do what you can to protect the health of the forest for today and for tomorrow. Thank you all.